Recording in Hello, we're all live. Welcome to Holiday Book Festival 2024, a stage for the intellectual. We have a lot of brains on this Zoom today. And I'm Meredith Coleman McGee. I'm the host, one of the organizers of the Holiday Book Festival, and also the Jackson Book Festival, and I am here in Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you. Jocelyn?
I'm Jocelyn Chamala, and I go to Washington School, and I'm in 7th grade, and I live in Greenville, Mississippi. I'm a speller and a poet. I'm doing the poetry contest and the spelling contest.
My name is Jessica Chamala. I live in Greenville, Mississippi, and I'm a participant in the spelling bee and poetry contest. And I'm in 5th grade.
Hello, everyone. Hope you are doing great. My name is Geneva Sharif, and I'm 11 years old and a 6th grader living in Oklahoma. I'm a speller and poet in this festival, as well as an aspiring author and poet. Really excited to be here today.
Okay, there.
Good morning, good evening. I do both because I'm traveling. So I'm Mary Hardy, Greenville, Mississippi. I'm one of the organizers of the Delta Book Festival. I am an author. I've done 3 books, Uncle Hubbard and the Burlap Sack, Snippets of Truth, and Papa, Daddy, and Mama. And I'm the owner of the book gallery here in Greenville, Mississippi. And Jessica and Jocelyn, my students.
I'm Bob Harmon, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and this is my first children's book, a picture book for children called Bob and the Banjo Spider.
All right. Welcome.
And I'm a speaker.
Yes, sure. Vicki and them Zoom.
Yes, hello. I am Vicki Jenkins, and I am with Meredith in the organizer of the Holiday Book Festival. I am also in Jackson. Thank y'all for coming.
Oh, unmute.
Huh?
Thank you, Meredith. Because I was about to be on a roll. But anyway, good morning, everyone. I'm Ravon Johnson, and I am actually located in Germantown, Maryland, by way of Mississippi, born and raised in Yazoo City. I am a poet. I have a collection titled Dear Black Woman that's made up of 5 self-published books. And then I also have a memoir that I wrote about our local basketball team. And I recently started working with short stories, and I'm just gonna go with short stories. I haven't got anything else but short stories. So thank you, Meredith, for including me in this. This is great.
And thank you for giving out awards and acknowledging authors. And I love my mug.
Oh, thank you.
It's with our pictures on it. And I haven't taken it off of my kitchen counter since I received it in the mail.
Oh, thank you.
Bless your heart.
Look, thank you. Look, can I say thank you to Mary Hardy? Mary, I saw you read some of my poetry online. So thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. I was really,
Thank
really excited.
Yes, yes. Okay, so now we're going to move into the marketplace and the vendors. So the vendors are going to introduce their books, and we're going to let Bob Harmon, who is the author of Bob and the Banjo Spider, read a little bit, and you all should be interested in that. Jocelyn, his book, and see what he's got, and maybe you could order it. And okay, go ahead, Mr. Bob.
Okay. I just had this book out at the end of September, Bob and the Banjo Spider. It's available on Amazon. It's $16. And I wanted to tell you the story of how this came about. So as a boy in Oklahoma, we used to go stay at my grandmother's house in the country. And on weekends, we would kill these bad spiders in the bedroom called a fiddleback spider. I don't know, do you have those also in Mississippi? We have them all over Oklahoma, unfortunately, also called a brown recluse. So I scared myself. At night, I took a family trip with my wife and daughters to Branson, Missouri, and we stayed in a cabin. And as you know, that is what I guess is called hillbilly country. And so I dreamed up of a good spider that night, the banjo spider. And this is what he looks like.
Wow.
And so the banjo spider, he lets you, instead of being afraid in your dreams, you can have good dreams when you think of the banjo spider, because he plays the banjo and lets you have happy dreams. And that's the whole gist of this story. It's a rhyming book. And honestly, one of my favorite lines is at the end, and I had a fabulous illustrator. I dearly loved his work, and he did a heart-shaped web in back of the banjo spider. And at the end of the book, it says, "Back home, life is not as bad as it seems. The banjo spider now plays in my dreams." And it's just a sweet book and wonderfully illustrated. Dave O'Connell is the illustrator of this book. It's independently produced, and I've had a lot of fun doing it. When he did the artwork, every time he sent me something, it was like opening a Christmas gift, as to see what kind of art he did next. I drew something at first, and after he saw my artwork, he was very kind. He didn't comment, but mine was not good. And we all have special gifts. And thank goodness he did something that you could look at it and be pleased with. So it's Bob and the Banjo Spider on Amazon.com, $16. And I'm thrilled to be part of this festival. Just the fact that you all would invite someone from Oklahoma, I'm tickled to be here. Thank you so much.
Can you show us one of your pages, some of your illustrations?
Yes. Well, I'll show you this one. I was so proud I put it in a frame.
Wait a minute, let me see if I can.
Too good. I'll get a better one. So
let me.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I think I put you on speaker so you can see it better. Oh wow.
Yeah.
So he just did beautiful illustrations. This is the family leaving the big city in the bustle and hustle of life, and we passed bushy squirrels.
Wow.
Bees. And so we get to the little cabin in the country, and everything looks wonderful. And then with rain pouring down, we all turned into bed. And so you can see the artwork with the lamp. And that's when I thought about days long ago, sleeping at my grandmother's bungalow. And this is where I worried myself, because we had these bad spiders, and she lived in the country with spiders and snakes. and she didn't mind them, but I got the shakes. And I was worried about him crawling up the walls. And you can see it's a real scary one there. It's got red eyes and he doesn't look nice. And so, and the rain, it was raining outside, and the plink and the plunk of the rain on the roof made me think of how they play a banjo. And so then he appeared in my dreams, the little banjo spider. And his web is a circle with strings laid on top. As rain gently falls, his music won't stop. Happy and peaceful, he stays out of sight, his melody drifting all through the night. And I love this artwork. This was one of the prettiest pieces of art in the whole book. You can see him there by the side of the lake. He'll play in the rain or under the moon. All nature enjoys his lullaby tune. I lay in my bed and thought about things like family and life and the plink of his strings. His music, like raindrops of love in my head, mixed with my thoughts and snores from my bed. The days that followed were simple and fun. We traveled back home in the warmth of the sun. I thanked God above for his love that shows no end, and for lessons I learned from an eight-legged friend. And he now plays in my dreams. And my illustrator, I just had the most fun with him. He's about my age. He's done art for Disney and all kinds of commercials. And that's it, Bob and the Banjo Spider on Amazon.
And what's his name?
My illustrator is Dave O'Connell.
Good.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
can I say, Bob, it's actually good to see spiders in a positive light, especially for children. Everybody is afraid of spiders, arachnophobia, and so this is the first time I have seen spiders in a positive light other than Charlotte's Web.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That was the only one I could think of.
Yeah. And yes, your artist, your illustrator did a beautiful job. You could tell he had some professional training because those pictures are really nice.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to share this, and I appreciate you all being so warm and inviting to let me come on here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
I put the link to your book in the chat.
Thank you.
And we'll be getting one for Community Library of Mississippi as well for our book club. We have a book club.
Yeah, you let me know, and I'll be glad to send some copies to you all later on. You let me know.
Okay, then. Okay.
I'd be honored to send several, seriously.
Okay,
I'll make sure I get some in the book gallery.
Oh, wow. She has a bookstore in Greenville, Mississippi.
Yeah. I'll send her one too. You send me the address.
You can send her some so she can sell them.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love that.
So she can sell them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Awesome.
and are there any other questions to ask about the book? Mary, can you go now? So glad that you were able to be here at the beginning.
All right. So exactly, what do you want me to do now? Just share.
Did you have your, this is the vendor section. Whatever you want to try to say.
I can say I'm at home. I'm not at the book gallery, but I do have a copy of my latest book, Papa, Daddy, and Mama, and I'll just share the preface. This book was, I was working on the book, and then when my mother died during COVID, I started really working on it. And so I have a compilation of stories from my 8 siblings. So, but I will read, I have it in the book gallery, but it's also on Amazon.com. Or you can order it through the book gallery at Cash App M Hardy 47. But I'll just read the preface from this book. But I've written Uncle Hubbard and the Burlap Sack, and Snippets of Truth that I wrote prior to Papa, Daddy, and Mama.
And I
But
just
I'll-
put a link to the hardback book in the chat of Papa, Daddy,
And Mama.
Mom and Daddy.
Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll just share a bit of the preface.
Okay.
Okay. The inspiration for compiling this book came in 2020. Is that me? With the death of Irene Smith, a special person, not only to her immediate family, but to all who knew her. As the thought came to write about Irene, which is my mother, I realized I could not write about her and not include the years of 1874 and 1926. Well, 1874 was the birth of my grandfather, and 1926 was the birth of my daddy. So, like I said, I couldn't write about one without writing about the three. So
Okay.
I say, and I'll just read a little bit. Wow, through the years of 1874, 1926, and 1928 to the present, circumstances happen to families all over the world, and our family too has shared its share of stories. In one way, 1874 seems long ago, but when you consider 1974 is 100 years later, and now almost 50 years have passed since 1974 to 1874, does not seem too long also. That year, when a man of genius ideas was born to Noah and Magdalene Smith. Noah was a slave owner's son reared as a houseboy in the slave owner's home somewhere in this America. Noah grew up in an area unknown to the family, but he ended up in South Mississippi in a village near Mize called Sullivan's Hollow, where in 1874, Walter R. Smith Sr. was born. That was my grandfather. So 52 years later, in 1926, a baby boy was born to the genius of 1874. Walter R. Smith Jr. grew up to be a man of very few words, but of bountiful substance. He was a family-oriented person and a U.S. Navy veteran who worked and provided for his 9 children on the family farm. This man of very few words made an exception when it came to sharing information about Noah Smith because he admired his grandfather's endurance. In the wings of a good man, you will always find a remarkable woman. So in 1928, a woman of unusual character and talent was born who would later join the men of 1874 and 1926. What followed will be revealed in the pages of this book. While the years of distance, the lives of these individuals have intertwined with those of their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, in-laws, aunts, uncles, and so many others. So, but back to 1874, Arthur Wimsell introduction. And that's just the preface from Papa, Daddy, and Mama. And what I collected the stories from my siblings, my nieces, my nephews, whomever wanted to have a piece in the book. And that's Papa, Daddy, and Mama. It's $25 on Amazon, or you can cash out me, M. Hardy 47, and the book will be yours. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mary, you can put that in the chat. I did put your webpage in the chat, which has all of your information about the book gallery and your books and all of that in the chat. And
Okay.
anybody's welcome to put anything in the chat. So I'm gonna go next, and then it'll be your time again, Bob.
Oh, no.
Oh yes. It's coming back fast. Okay, so I'm the author of 13 books. And look, Mary has a whole store, bookstore with thousands. But and anyway, she just was so gracious and just did one. But I'm gonna try to do 3 before it's Bob's turn and just keep it moving. And since we still have youth here, I'm gonna do Midnight Moon. Okay, Jocelyn and Jessica, have you ever heard of a city called Midnight, Mississippi?
No.
You ever heard of Humphreys County? Belzoni, Mississippi, where they raise catfish?
Yeah, we've heard of that.
But Midnight is right down the street from Belzoni, which is the catfish capital of the world. They're supposed to raise more catfish there. Is that still true, Mary?
Yeah, yes, it's still true. They have a catfish festival yearly.
Yeah, I have never been, but I do see it when I'm going back and forth from Jackson to the Delta. I see the signs for the festival. So
Right.
anyway, Midnight Moon is a story about some teenagers in Midnight, Mississippi. And I'm gonna read Alice Parrish gave a review of this book. I'm gonna read what she had to say about it. You see it. Midnight Moon, a novel based on a true story, is well suited for young adults and teenagers. In a quest to build the economic fortunes in the community of Midnight, Mississippi, a group of teens following the lead of their teacher, Miss Mary Agnes, move into the realm of politics, community organizing, and economic development. Along the way, they learn many lessons from civics to mathematics. They also learn to evaluate various opinions and how to solve problems using different approaches. And that's Alice Parrish, retired from Tuskegee University and the Federation of Southern Cooperatives. And then Tim C. Lee, and he is the CEO of TCL Financial and Tech Services and the host of the TCL show. This is his review of the book. Midnight Moon is awe-inspiring, descriptive, and educational. It can be used for lessons in business, finances, and history. It also explores critical analysis and thinking. Oh, okay. Jocelyn and Geneva, y'all still with us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so I'm kind of going in the middle. I don't know, should you start reading in the middle? If y'all don't like that, I'll go to the beginning. I know that's a little hard. Okay, so this is chapter 4, Summer. Summer started off rocky for Mary Agnes. Okay, guess what? Mary Agnes is the teacher of these students. Just like Jocelyn and Jessica, your teacher is Mary Hardy. The name Mary is a good name for teachers, right? That's the name. Their teacher is Mary Hagner. Mary, what's your middle name?
Oh, my middle name? Louise.
Oh, Mary Louise. Okay. That's good to know. I didn't know that.
And Jessica and Jocelyn didn't know that either.
They didn't know it either. Uh-oh, they
No.
know it now. They gonna tell everybody in school.
Well,
Yeah,
Jocelyn is my former student. She moved on to 7th grade, 6th and 7th
Uh-oh.
grade. Jessica is still my student.
Oh,
My
Jocelyn is in middle school now.
Yeah, Jocelyn is in middle school. She's a big girl.
Yeah, she looks like it too. She's grown. You know, so they've been with us 4 years since the beginning. I think 4 years, huh?
I think so.
Because I think Jessica was in the first grade.
Second.
Because I think she told me now she's in the 5th.
Right.
Okay, so anyway, Mary Agnes is their teacher. Losing the fight to get Midnight Incorporated was heartbreaking. I'm in the middle of the book. So what they was trying to do, this teacher and her students, was getting signatures from people in the town, the unincorporated town of Midnight, so that they could get the school incorporated. The town incorporated. In other words, the town of Midnight is not incorporated. Like you live in Greenville, it's incorporated. If you understand what I'm saying? Okay. So Junior, Charles started working at Bodell's Farmers Market. Chula, who was the main character in this book, Ella and Babe spent their summer playing, talking, walking, singing, dancing, cooking, and prancing around. Okay, so Jocelyn and Geneva, either one of y'all learning how to cook yet?
I'm starting to.
Y'all learning how to cook?
Yeah, my mom's teaching us a couple of things.
Well, what are you learning?
Well, we cook some regular stuff for breakfast and stuff, like fried onions, churros, stuff like that, snacks and stuff.
Oh, that's good. And what about you, Geneva? What are you cooking in Oklahoma?
Regular stuff here too. I've also got a sweet tooth, so I have a passion for baking as well. My mom is teaching me how to bake a few things here and there.
Okay, so y'all gonna be helping with the Thanksgiving dinner?
Sorry, you glitched.
Will y'all be helping cook the Thanksgiving dinner?
Yep.
Me too. All right. So Marva joined them when time permitted. She cooked dinner for their household through the week, and she completed sewing jobs occasionally. Now, Marva is the oldest of the teenagers in this community. She's 18, and when she was in high school, she started a sewing business in her house, in her room. And she had so many customers throughout the county, Humphreys County, Mississippi, that her dad built her a building next door to their home for her business, because she was sewing so good that she made prom dresses for people in the community. And she also did alterations, like when a man buys pants and he needs to be measured to cut them off and hem them. She did that, and she was very successful in her business. She's the first of all of the students in her school to start a business. Sometimes she altered and hemmed a new pair of male slacks for a wedding or a funeral. She also sewed on buttons and stitched or patched pants. Junior was spoiling the women in John's Alley. Now, this is where most of them live. They live in an alley with treats from the farmer's market. And Junior and Charles had started working in the farmer's market during the summertime in high school as well. After his first Friday at work, he gave Mary Agnes, Lon, and his mother small bags of green tomatoes. I love fried green tomatoes. Do you all eat fried green tomatoes?
I never tasted one before.
You haven't? Yeah, you just put some oil in the skillet, slice the tomatoes, get the oil hot, and then you dip the tomatoes in some meal. And then you can put a little salt and pepper or lemon pepper or whatever you want to put on them. And then you fry them. It's a good little snack, and it's so easy to cook. And last year, Mary Hardy taught me how to fry cabbage. We're all learning forever. Okay. And so I got to list on one these. One second. Then he gave them bags of soft sweet peaches, perfect for peach cobbler. Then he distributed snap beans, string beans, sweet onions, a little green garlic, a little mint, and a few eggs. Oh my goodness, you need to come to my door. Junior's Friday giving sprees became a cherished ritual. He gave, he received. And that's how it is, isn't it? Mary Agnes gave him half of a pound cake. Lon gave him a tie, a pair of sunglasses, and even cut he and his family a chunk of watermelon. Charles was maturing too. Money gives power. Money and new influences change the minds and hearts of boys into the thoughts of young men. Bart, Jesse, and Bodell were deep thinkers and debated everything from basketball to boxing and fishing and politics. Do you all ever debate with one another? And what do you debate about if you do?
I am part of debate club, actually. I actually have a little debate conference in 2 weeks.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. So well, what are you going to be debating?
So
what's your subject matter?
So the topic is, so basically all students are like delegates of a specific country. So like in United Nations, and then we all debate about a certain topic. And this year's is space-based commerce regulation.
You mean the women's
Wow.
conference and the UN women's status of women conference?
No, it's something called Model UN that happens at middle schools, high schools, and colleges.
And where do you all do it? Are you doing it virtually or you have to go there?
Virtually.
Virtually, oh, wonderful. Man, virtual makes the world smaller, right?
Yeah.
Because here we are from different parts of the country.
Yeah, it's so fascinating with virtual programs when you get to see people from all over the US or all over the world even.
Yes, yes. In the United Nations, right. And did Jocelyn or Jessica, did y'all have something to share about debating? Okay. Hold on. Hey, Dick, glad you could join us.
How y'all doing, everybody? How y'all doing?
Oh, doing wonderful. Yeah,
Yeah.
so where are you today?
I'm down at Pippin Park. We trying to feed the clothes for homeless people this morning.
Oh, you on Capitol Street?
No, we're down at Pippin Park. Pippin.
Oh, okay.
We trying to feed the homeless people and clothes people for the homeless people.
Okay. What
Yes.
street is that on?
It's over here on West County Street, West County Street. Pondexter Park, Pondexter Street.
Oh, Pondexter Park. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Geneva Pippin Park.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I got you. He's in Jackson, Mississippi. You are. Deacon Timothy Brown. He's a part of our a program I always support. He works with everybody in our community all the time. Do you ever sleep? All right, have a good one. Okay, so some call this giving and receiving Mississippi hospitality. That is so true. Mississippi is really a hospitality state. Others call it neighborly love. Junior considered it fulfilling. Mary Agnes thought Junior's giving ritual was honorable. She was so proud to see Junior growing up and maturing. Even Buddy noticed a change in Junior. Junior stopped calling Buddy blueberry, dewberry, strawberry, and all that carrying on. Charles was maturing too. He was taking meat and vegetables home and piling dollars in a large empty washing powder jug. Do any of you ever save your money? Do you save coins or dollars?
Well, we used to save. We have this big bucket just filled with a whole bunch of coins.
Yeah. I when I was young, my grandmother used to have us saving coins, and then we would walk to the bank with our coins and put it in our savings account. Yeah. It is as I get older, I went from coins to dollars. Yeah, you have dollars too.
I do think as well. Whenever I get money as a gift, or whenever I sell old stuff I have to just make sure it doesn't go in the trash or pollute or anything, I use the money I got and save it in my wallet.
Oh wow. Yeah, you got a wallet, huh?
Yeah.
Well, all right then, girl. Well, okay, so I don't know how long I went. I didn't even set the timer. Mr. Bob, you could go ahead and I'll continue where I left off at.
Okay. Well, I'm Bob Harmon, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I've written a book called Bob and the Banjo Spider. And if you've ever been afraid of spiders, this is a way to overcome your fears with a good spider, a spider that plays happy music in your dreams. The banjo spider, and he looks something like this. So you'll see him in the book, and he's relaxing by a pond, and it's a rhyming book for children. It has 17 pictures of art inside, and it's just a cute little book. And you can see the family getting ready to go on vacation. It all happened like a lot of us. The father is stressed, and he goes, "We need a vacation," I said to my wife. "We're busy and stressed with our big city life." "Look at this," said my wife. "It's a place in the hills, far away from the noise with no fancy frills." "I like it," I said. "The cabin looks good, more quiet and peaceful than our neighborhood." We packed up our bags and were soon on our way to the wonderful place our family would stay. We traveled for hours uphill and down until we were miles away from our town. We followed a road that curved through the trees. We past bushy squirrels and a hive full of bees. We came to our cabin and all went inside, wanting to rest from our long, weary ride. With rain pouring down, we stayed in for the night. Then we all went to bed, so I turned out the light. And that's when I thought about days long ago when I stayed at my grandmother's quaint bungalow. She lived in the country with spiders and snakes. She didn't mind them, but I got the shakes. And so Bad Fiddleback Spider, and you can see him here. I'll put it up close. He's playing the violin or fiddle. I got a kick out of that with the artist. I'd toss and I'd turn, not sleeping at all, as fiddleback spiders crawled up the wall. I'd worry that one might crawl in my bed. I'd pull all the covers over my head. Those spiders were something to fear with their venomous bite if you got too near. And now here I was in a cabin like that, wondering where all those spiders were at. That's when I heard it, a clink and a plunk. I listened for more as I sat up in my bunk. I imagined a spider out there in the trees, plucking and strumming his banjo with ease. His web is a circle with strings laid on top. As rain gently falls, his music won't stop. Happy and peaceful, he stays out of sight, his melody drifting all through the night. He'll play in the rain or under the moon. All nature enjoys his lullaby tune. I lay in my bed and think about things like family and life and the plink of his strings. His music, like raindrops of love in my head, mixed with my thoughts and snores from my bed. The days that followed were simple and fun. We traveled back home in the warmth of the sun. I thank God above that his love has no end, and for lessons I learned from an eight-legged friend. Back home, life is not as bad as it seems. The banjo spider now plays in my dreams. This children's picture book is available on Amazon. It's $16. And it all happened because I took my family for a vacation in Branson, Missouri about a year ago.
Oh,
Meredith?
wow. That is so nice.
Thank you.
And the whole concept, how did you come up with the concept of the spider playing the banjo?
Well, we were in banjo country was a lot of this. They're known for hillbillies and different things like that. And honestly, the more I read about the banjo, I loved how it is an instrument in history of freedom. And it's just such a pure instrument. It is so unusual. And I even went to cartoons I grew up with. I told my daughter, and this is the book, if you go to step on one, it goes dun 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 dun. just to make the daughter and wife laugh. And I was doing these silly things, and I did scare myself with thinking about bad spiders, and so I dreamed up the banjo spider, and a lot of it was because it was raining, and I could hear the raindrops, and to me that sounded like you were plucking like strings of like a guitar or a banjo, but the banjo just seemed to me the banjo just seemed like a better instrument in that country because of the raindrops on the roof.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
as you can tell, I'm kind of into this stuff.
Oh, Bob and the banjo spider. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, even got
So
the
you
shirt.
have a hat.
I've had all kind of fun, Meredith. So
Oh, I heard that. So you got the hat, the t-shirt, and the sign.
and the sides, yeah, I've had all kind of fun. So
Yeah, well that's cool. That's really nice. Okay, so we have 15 minutes left, and then the literary presentations start. I know we have 10 minutes for the literary
Hey, Mary.
presentation.
Yes.
Meredith,
can I ask, is Bob selling his hat and shirt on the website
No,
too?
I haven't. I didn't know there'd be any demand for that. I guess I
Oh,
could later.
You'd be surprised. Okay.
yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, because you can sell a hat and a t-shirt and the book. Yeah, different sizes. So how many, this is your first book. How many of the events have you been to selling your book?
How many what? I couldn't hear. Sorry.
The festivals have you been to selling your book?
Oh, well, I've been to a couple. There was a local author conference in Tulsa that I did that. And then well, actually this is the second one that I've done. So and I put a lot of faith in what you all are doing because this is fun. I enjoy this far more. You have a bigger audience and everything like that. I've entered a contest or two, and I've done an online interview, but not as much fun as this one is.
Oh wow, that's great. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, so how was you at your local library?
Yes, I'm trying to. It was for the local library, and I may have to talk to you all later. I have trouble trying to get the book in there, so I'm still trying to reach out and see what I can do there, and try to speak at schools and museums. And I've actually reached out. Would you believe Oklahoma City, Oklahoma? They have a banjo museum, and I've reached out there to try to talk to one or two people.
Oh, your book should definitely be in the banjo museum.
Absolutely.
I thought so too.
I mean, you have a spider playing the banjo.
Yes.
I know they can sell that to all the children that visit.
And the schools.
Uh-huh.
It's a great book.
Uh-huh. It's a
I
very
would love to get it.
positive
Yes.
book.
Well, thank you all so kindly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get one for the book club. I mean, it's a great story.
Well,
You know,
thank you, and I've already written
story.
2 more, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start back with Midnight Moon. And where was I?
You finished chapter 4, or you were in chapter 4?
Yeah, let's see. I had just did oh my goodness. I just did one page. Okay, so now I'm talking about Charles, and that he was maturing too. So these are all teenagers, and Charles is about 18. And he has graduated from Miss Mary Agnes' class, and he was taking meat and vegetables home and piling dollars in a large empty washer pile. That's why I read that part. He was thinking about expenses rather than sitting at the table waiting on his parents to put food on it. All right. Mary Agnes hosted the 5th Summer Enrichment Program, Friday, August 2nd, 1985, in the school auditorium, which was an open space in a 4-room building with 3 restrooms. The school was named Dent Dale School for Bodell's father, who enlarged the school building in 1953 for the town's children. The summer enrichment program was a one-day affair to reintroduce children to formal studies at the end of summer break. Everyone, including former graduates, looked forward to participating in the program. Junior, Buddy, Bessie, Marva, Ella, Shula, and Babe were present. Mary Agnes greeted the participants and asked them to share the important things they were doing during the summer break. Jessica, Geneva, and Jonathan, can I ask you all a question?
Yes.
In the summertime, what did you all do, like for educational? What do you do in the summer times?
I have a lot of enrichment as well as extracurricular programs that I do throughout the summer. So that's what I do to keep the education going. I also try to do some extra work throughout the summer just to prepare for the school year ahead, as well as doing some like art and creative writing activities.
Oh yeah, so what kind of programs do you participate in the summer?
Okay, art, creative writing, poetry, programming, let's see what else, etc., etc.
The Learning Street Book Club too.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well that's cool. Okay, what about you all, Jessica, Jocelyn?
We do like me and my sisters, my dad would like sign us up for swimming classes. So we would like swim, or we would go to the YMCA and practice swimming with our friends. And sometimes we would play tennis as an extracurricular. And sometimes, but not all the time, we do summer school or summer camp sometimes. It just depends.
Oh, that's good. That's real good. Yeah. What about you, Jessica?
Well, we both did basically the same thing, but mostly overall we just took swimming lessons, or if there were no swimming lessons, we would just help our friends practice too, or we would like go outside and play tennis all together and practice on that. And depending on what time of year it is, or I mean what time if it's like a good weather, or if planned or not, we go to summer camp school so that we can catch up, so that we could go so we can understand how harder the next level or grade is going to be for the next year.
Yeah, well, what kind of books do you like to read?
Well, right now I'm reading this series of Harry Potter, and also last year I liked reading the Dogman series and all those other graphic novels.
Oh, okay, very good. Yeah, I just joined a book club too. One of the girls and it's gonna be in the porch contest. You've seen them before in the other festivals. Ayana. I joined the book club at her school. She's in the 6th grade. And this is the book that we're reading for. I think we're supposed to be finished by December the 6th. So I'm working on it. But it's called Home Going. It's really a good book too. Well, anyway, we have about 2 minutes before we start the literary presentations, and let's see what the order is for that. So we have it says I'm first. And then Mary, and if Mary is not back, Ravine, could you go after me? Okay. So can you all see this?
Yes.
This is my Odyssey. I think this is my 2nd or 3rd book. And it's a collection of my poems and other writings over a 20-year span. And actually, this is my great grandmother on the cover. She was born in 1874 in Taylor County, Mississippi. So I'm gonna read a few of my poems. Okay, here's one. It's called "Hold Your Head to the Sky." Hold your head up toward the sky. Don't cry. Don't get mad. Your mind will flip and your words will trip. Don't worry. Don't fret. Better days are ahead. Don't dread. Don't cry. You'll make it somehow. The burden is heavy and times are hard. Plan ahead. He laid his head on a concrete bed. All of his earthly belongings were in the grocery cart. He lives under the bridge near Highway 14. His wife passed above often on her way to work. His son is a sheriff and his daughter's a teacher. His wife prays for him every night. She works at the car plant assembling car parts. He was stuck in a rut and didn't want to be found. His bed is still on the ground. His name is not Harry, but is simply Zach. I don't care. He is not a fictional character, but real and not a lie. His family cries for him, but he appreciates the scraps. He hasn't earned a cent since he parked his Cadillac. And I didn't know how that was going to turn out. I just picked the poem to read it. And this one is a short poem which I wrote for a biography of my uncle, James Meredith, who was the first black to go to an all-white school in the state of Mississippi, the University of Mississippi, in 1962. History precedes life's journeys. The past is the stem of one's path. Every individual takes his or her place in this life. Some grab life by the throat and shove spirit and righteousness in this world and shakes things up and moves mountains. Stories of these movers awaken generations and influences the future. The world holds many stories. Be employed to learn the great ones. And this one is Mirror on the Wall. Why is the blue sky gray? Will his soul reach heaven on Judgment Day? Is he prepared to leave? Please, please, please. Have you any manners to speak of? Did his force reach the man? What is your 5-year plan? Will you save? Will you spend? Will you make amends? Mend a broken heart, a shattered life, a strained relationship, mend a broken fence, blend your mind, touch a heart, play cards. Who are you? Are you blue? Where are you going? Are you daring, glaring, bold, or brave? Is your dream on a mountain in the sky? Are you winning the game of life or asleep and in defeat? Are you a man or a boy or a woman or a girl? Are you the ruler of your house or a mouse or a bug sneaking through the night gathering breadcrumbs? Are you a bum? No, he's fly. He's it. He's fit. Want some? Some what? Yup. What is yup? Yup is what it is. Mirror on the wall. Are you balling? Shot calling? What are you gonna do when they come for you? Are you blue? Are you true? Who are you? Let your light shine is the next poem. Let your light shine like the rising sun, like the dawn of fall, like a falling star, like the light from the moon at night. Let your light shine like the glitter of gold, like the dawn of morning. The thrill is on is a song, but the thrill is real when the night is still, when the wind shakes the leaves on the trees, when sweet melodies play a tune and love is planted on your mind and your face appears. Let your light shine so you can fly to the top of the skyline, past the clouds, toward the heaven above, like a dove with white wings, bringing peace to the earth. Let your light shine. Let's sail to Cancun. Let's sail real soon. Okay, so I read a few poems. Ravine, could you go next? Because Mary hadn't come back.
Okay, me, I can, absolutely. And I was saying earlier, I have self-published 5 books under the title Dear Black Woman. And this series is meant to focus on the unique struggles of Black women in this country. And then I also touch on some of the issues that are happening in current events. The first book was actually inspired after the passing of my mother. It was I had written a poem for her about 5 or 6 years earlier, and then when she passed away suddenly, I was able to actually read that poem during her service, and I got a lot of feedback about the poem. And so that kind of became the catalyst to the whole series. So the first book was just Dear Black Woman, and since then, the different titles have come: Dear Black Woman, Quarantine 2020, Dear Black Woman, Shine Your Light, and the latest one is Dear Black Woman, Say a Little Prayer. And so what I want to do is share a couple of poems from the latest book. And I'm going to start with a poem that I also attended Jackson State University in Jackson, Mississippi. Proud Thee I Love. And this book actually focuses on current events from 2023, even though it was published in 24. And in the fall of 2023, there was a student, Jalen Burns, who was shot on the campus. And he was actually a student who had a very promising future. He was a role model on campus. He was simply in the dorm that night helping a friend who was trying to move out. And an incident occurred. There was a fight. He stepped between 2 people to try to stop it, and ended up getting shot, and eventually he died from his wounds. So That whole incident actually moved me greatly because it was such a waste of of light, of a life. So I wrote a poem called When Jalen Stood Up. So that's what I'm about to share with you. When Jalen stood up on the campus of JSU, Jalen was a student leader who was well respected. He was the student leader shot while protecting fellow students in an on-campus dorm. His friend needed a favor, so Jalen came along. When Jalen stood up on the campus of JSU, a relationship breakup resulted in a feud. A visitor in the dorm had a gun for protection. Jalen was a student leader who was well respected. He jumped in the middle trying to stop a fight, but in the end, he was the one shot in the dorm that night. He stood up for what was right. He stood up and lost his life while saving another's life, while saving a brother's life. His legacy will remain rooted in truth because he stood up on the campus of JSU. So that was when Jalen stood up.
Okay, let me ask you something. This is the young man who recently they dedicated a homeless shelter to.
Did they do that? I don't know. I hadn't heard that. I hope they did.
Yeah, I saw his parents, I believe, on the news last month or something. It was this year.
That's so wonderful.
And they
he was from Chicago.
Yes, and they dedicated and they came here because they was on the news, and his name was they dedicated something at a homeless shelter in his name because that was one of his favorite charities. He actually used to go there.
It was such a sad story because, like I said, he had so much potential, and he was still trying to do good and ended up, shot. Right. So I'm really glad to hear that. I just hadn't heard that, Mary. That's great.
That's one thing. I didn't know you was from D.I. Love.
Yeah.
D.I. Love. That's the favorite team around here. And the Sun.
D.I. Love,
Man in the land.
So I do keep an eye on J-State. You know that.
Well, do you come to homecoming? I
didn't make it this year, but I usually try to attend at least one game. So.
Oh yeah. Well, let me know next time you come.
Yeah, you know what? I'll do that because they're playing Alcorn today.
Okay, well let me know.
But I will let you know when I'm in town again.
Okay, then. Now I gotta ask you a question. Just curious. You have all these books behind you. Do you keep your books? Like I'm in my office. Or are you in your den or office?
In my office. I work from home the majority of the time. So this is my office where I work during the day. I tried to organize them a little better.
Oh wow! So you have a big office.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you can see, but I used to be a mobile DJ, so you can see some of the albums. I'm covering up the books with albums.
Oh no!
From books that I got this all these crates of albums. So I changed the display kind of every so often of albums.
Okay, so what kind of music did you DJ?
Oh, actually, you name it. I played music from like the 1940s up through, current day. Yep. Because I used to do senior events, which was like my favorite. And so I would do ballroom music, from the 40s and 50s. And then of course we had to, dig into the 60s and the 70s. So that was really my favorite event because I like the old music. I love the old music. But
oh wow, so you like jazz?
Huh?
You like jazz?
Yes, I play jazz. Especially with usually with events like corporate events and then like wedding receptions while people are coming in talking. I play jazz, and I was always one to kind of take you tell me what you wanted to hear. But yeah, I did it. And the reason I stopped, one, because of COVID, but the other reason was that I started not liking the more recent music. It wasn't as enjoyable as the old school. So I would pick events where it was primarily old school music. The new stuff just didn't, that's just me. Not saying anything about artists, but I'm just not enjoying, the music today. it's not as meaningful. It's not, you know, I just don't get the same feel. But I played a variety, you name it all, jazz, R&B, pop, country, I played it all, just depending on what, you know, what the event was and, you know, what they wanted to hear. The hardest event was probably the wedding receptions, and during 9/11, we had I don't know if you know this, Meredith, there was a Jackson State alumni at the Pentagon during 9/11 that was killed. And I actually DJ'd her wedding like 2 or 3 years before that incident happened. And that's why,
wow.
Yes, when I told myself, I don't think I don't know if Jackson State alumni really realized that we actually had someone in the Pentagon that day who was actually killed. She has a bench in the courtyard with the others who perished that day.
Yeah, I've been to the memorial.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I went. I don't know.
Was it the Pentagon in New York?
12 years ago or something.
No,
I mean the one in New York.
In New York, yes.
I went to that memorial.
Okay, yeah, because
I think it was like 2013.
Yep. Okay, because I haven't been to the actual memorial. I've been to the site, but I haven't been when they were actually calling out the names. But they do something similar here in DC, you know, with the Pentagon, those who died at the Pentagon that same day. And yeah, and like I said, and I'm shame with me for not knowing the name, but yeah, we had an alumni who was there and was killed, and and I actually DJ'd her wedding.
And what kind of work do you do at home?
Oh, I'm actually with the government, and I'm an IT project manager. So I've been in IT since I left Jackson State. But now primarily in project management with the IRS.
Okay, then.
So,
wow.
That's so I work from home, hoping that
because I work at home too.
Yes.
This is my office. Yeah, so okay. Well, that's good to know all of that, you know.
Okay, yeah. And then I will share one more, and then if you need me to come back around, I can
share more than one.
Let me see. This one is another event that happened in 2023. This event was in Alabama. The Riverfront Brawl that happened in August of 2023.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Everybody remembers that.
Yeah. So I'm going to share. Look, I'm going to share this one because this one was actually put on the website of
Mid-Atlantic Review. Funny.
Look, Mid-Atlantic Review selected 3 of my poems, and they published it earlier this year. So this was one of the poems that they selected to put on their site. So it's called "When the Hat Went Up," and that's the name of this poem. When the hat went up on the dock in Alabama, ancestors of slaves fought back. When the hat went up, we fought years of disrespect, disenfranchisement, and demonization. When the hat went up, we backed up and stood up with our heads up because we were fed up. When the hat went up, oppressors watched their greatest fear, retaliation and condemnation. When the hat went up, our ancestors cheered our courage and our choice. When the hat went up, our community celebrated unity with an unspoken understanding. When the hat went up, there was pride and vindication for just a brief moment. When the hat went up, we were simply asking for what we would do for what we have always wanted: freedom and respect, life without physical and psychological chains, and an even playing field. When the hat went up, we did not sit still and endure their wrath. We fought, we swam, we swung. When the hat went up, we had hope. That's that, and that's that poem.
Well, thank you for the hat going up.
The hat goes up. Because again, it's just when stuff happens and it moves me, then I usually try to write something. And well, you know, Meredith, can I give you one more, and then I'll take
please
come back around.
Yeah, you can do 1 or 2.
Okay, so this one is another one that I'll be sharing tomorrow, and it's called Our Reason, and the poetic form is called A Golden Shovel. And I like it because a friend of mine says it's like a 2-for. It's a 2-for-1 layout. So when you have the Golden Shovel poem, if you read the last word of every line, it is usually some verse or some poetry from another poet. So you take the words of another poet and you use those and they become the last words of your new poem. So in this case, the poem is called Our Reason.
Let me ask you something. I've never heard of that before. Explain that.
It's called a golden shovel poetic form. And what you do is you find the words of whatever verse, and I fell in love with it because I like being able to basically honor others and then still create my own piece of my own work. In this case, I chose the first verse from a poem by Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde, she has a poem called Echoes, and I took the first verse. And so if you read my poem, Our Reason, and if you take the last words of every line, this is what you would get. These are the words of Audre Lorde. There is a timbre of voice that comes from not being heard, and knowing you are not being heard, noticed only by others, not heard for the same reason. That's her first verse in Echoes. And when you look at my poem in the book, and I don't know if you're probably not gonna be able to see it, but you're gonna be able to see it. I think
the last words are in bold.
You see it?
I see. All the her words are in bold.
Yes, the last words are in bold. So you read those words down, and that's the verse from Audre Lorde. And so now this is my poem, which is called Our Reason, using Audre Lorde's words. Why can't there be a celebration that is just for me? I want a woman's voice with the timbre of Whitney to be proof that my voice is worthy and that truth comes often from those not included, because being dismissed and not heard is hurtful, and not knowing that you definitely are more than you are not, that just being recognized and heard is being noticed by not only your baby, but others who are not as open to being heard from someone like you. My voice is for all Black women because all the women like me want the same thing, respect. So we ask for this reason.
Okay.
So you see it, and then I have like 3 others in the latest version, which is Dear Black Woman. Say a little.
Oh yeah, I have that book.
Yeah. So you'll see there's others. There are 2 others in there like that because I like playing around with new poetic forms. And this one is Living Kinless is another one. Living Kinless is using words from Maya Angelou's poem called On Aging. And then there's another poem in the collection called No Pretending. And it is using Langston Hughes' poem, I Too. So that's why I like the poetic shovel, the golden shovel form.
Can you read I Too?
Yeah.
And
yes,
then that way, someone who's never read, Langston Hughes, we had to read all that when I was in high school.
Oh yeah, and
I meet people who are young who've never read the Harlem Renaissance writers.
For this one, for this poem, I only used the first 3 lines from his poem, I Too. And this one, his words are, I too sing America. I am the darker brother they send to eat in the kitchen. So those are the first.
I got you.
You got me, yeah. And then I have my version, my poem, which is called No Pretending.
Okay.
And so No Pretending is, you know who I am. I have history too. You heard me sing as I built America. You know who I am, the backbone of a nation. I am the backbone of a nation trying to hide the brutal suffering of its darker people. Every father, mother, sister and brother. The descendants of slaves know that they can educate and send their children to any school to become community leaders and contributors to society. They know that racism is still a threat, so they will not allow Black history to be rewritten in American history books so that the master can pretend that we want it to be in the kitchen. So that's no pretending, based on Langston Hughes, I Too.
Yeah, could you read the other part of Langston Hughes?
Let me find it because I don't think I have it. don't think
Oh,
I
you don't
did
have
it,
it.
sir.
Don't
Not
worry
yet.
about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
I
and
have
then you
it
know
on here
what? If you go on, I'll
written
find it and then
down.
I can read it to you.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for sharing and introducing me to a new golden shovel. I never heard of it. You know, with
Yeah.
life learners, it's always good to learn new things.
Yeah, and it, like I said, and it's fun. I like it because it is a twofer, as they say.
Right. Yeah. It's kind
Yeah.
of like in music. They somebody does a song, a man, and then a woman to do her version of his
Right.
song, kind of like a piggyback.
You know, one relying on the other, but you're honoring both, you know, at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
It's still art.
Exactly. Move
It's
forward.
art.
Okay, but I'll find Langston's poem, and then when you come back around, I can share that.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Oh, let me see if thank you, Mary. Are you ready?
She left you in the car.
Yeah, see, she's traveling. Oh, that's okay. Well, let me see. I don't.
I'm off mute. I can't.
Oh, okay. You can. Okay, go ahead.
If you can hear me. So what I'll do, I'll read two pieces from Papa, Daddy, and Mama on the Front Porch. And this piece is entitled, The Front Porch Is. Then I'll read another piece from my sister. So.
Oh, okay. Can everybody hear her?
Can you
Can
hear me?
everybody hear? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm riding, but I have my computer and my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So.
Well, look how blessed you are. You have a driver.
I have a driver.
Yeah, you have a driver. You ride. Go ahead.
So the front porch is
okay.
A place to chat, settle a spat, a place to and offer congrats. Place for that. The front porch is a place to be nosy because it is cozy. A place to sit and watch cars go by. A place to close one eye and pretend to be shy. The front porch is a place to entertain company, whether they are smooth or jumpy. A place to sweep the debris and not think out the scenery, but only remnants of time. Now, so much is memory. And the second piece I'll read was written by my sister, and it's entitled Broken Heart. It always broke my heart to think of losing my mother. Losing my mother broke my heart. She will always be in my heart. I hold great memories of combing her hair, giving the baths, morning talks, and breakfast together. My memories in my heart that we share each day. Each day I saw her getting weaker and weaker. That would break my heart. Some days she would say, I'm just about gone. I did not want to hear her say that, but I could see her daily drifting away. Her eyesight got dimmer, footsteps got shorter, and slower words were fewer. To witness these changes each day broke my heart. A broken heart only God can heal. And my sister Lorene wrote that on February the 28th, 21.
Okay.
So those are two pieces from Papa, Daddy, and Mama on the Front Porch. Okay, that's it.
Uh-huh. You reading another one, Mary?
I can read another one.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and this one is entitled My Mama. My mama was a lady full of grace, with a smile that laced her face, and would fit you and would lift you from despair should the situation be unfair.
In 700.
My mama was a lady of honesty. Her thinking was cautiously just, which didn't take long to reveal, for her feeling was real. My mama had a heart ready to care, a woman always willing to share. It didn't take much to make her say, sit a while and don't forget to pray. My mama was bountiful, creative. Her poetic voice was appreciated. Her life spoke, and everyone felt a true void when she left. So I wrote that on January the 22nd, 21.
Okay. And how many people contributed to the book, Mayor?
Oh, I would say 10, 15 people contributed or more.
Okay.
You need
Did Joe
another one?
contribute, Mary?
Pardon?
Did Joe contribute?
He did. I have a piece. It's probably a little too long for me to read. But
Okay.
he did contribute a piece.
Okay. No, I'll get a copy of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you was telling us something about Hopper in 1874. What happened there?
Well, he was born in 1874.
Oh,
he was born
that's your
in
grandfather. Your grandfather. Okay, I think she Mary screen froze. Okay. Mr. Bob, are you ready? I think Mary's screen froze. Oh.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. I was looking, I also did a brochure for my book. So I've had a lot of fun.
Oh, wow.
And
I know
on the back, even I put a little thing where it says every person has memories of being a child, some good and some bad. In this story, Bob is a busy dad who takes his city family on a vacation to the country, to a cabin in the country. At night in the cabin, Bob worries about memories of bad spiders he saw as a child. As rain falls on the roof, Bob imagines the banjo spider, a good spider who makes music as he plays the banjo in our dreams. And there he is, the banjo spider. I have a wonderful illustrator named Dave O'Connell. He's worked 40 years, he told me, in the business. He did the wraparound cover for this little book, which I thought was just wonderful. He did all kind of wildlife on it, dragonflies and owls and birds. And anyway, he's worked for Disney and all kind of places. It just amazed me. But I thought he did a splendid job. This is a rhyming children's picture book. It's the first one I've done, and I hope to do more. This has been a lot of fun. I'm so glad to be on here with talented poets and writers. This has been fun for me listening to everything that you all are saying. And I love all the library, all the books, the mentions of libraries. Libraries is something that are very, very important to me. My children were at the dedication of a library. I've always believed in libraries. So anything you all can do to get children to read is first rate for me. It's wonderful. But anyway, my little book is Bob and the Banjo Spider. It's a rhyming book. It's available on Amazon for $16. And I'm out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, so hopefully you can understand me in my accent here, because I've been told I'm very Southern at times too. So anyway, love your festival. I love that we're all basically in the South. We might be to the edge over here in Oklahoma, but I think a lot of us identify with Southern
Mhm.
states as well. So
Yeah.
anyway, thrilled to be a part of your festival.
Thank you. Good to have you. And believe it or not, I've seen your book on Amazon before I ever met you today.
Well, wonderful.
Yes,
Awesome.
because it struck me because of the banjo, the spider playing the banjo. Yeah, so it's oh, the internet really makes it a small world.
Yeah, it does. It's a lot smaller world once you get on the internet. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And thank you
So
so much for coming. Now we just had someone to join. Are you supposed to be doing a presentation?
Mary may have rejoined Meredith.
Oh, okay.
And no, somebody
Yeah,
is
I
in
just
with-
let someone in. I thought they was. There's
somebody's
no.
in without the camera, so maybe that
Uh-huh.
Cornette.
I asked them to unmute. Maybe they will. But anyway, and oh, they're trying. They're trying.
Hey, it's Renee, Miss Meredith.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Sorry
hey,
about that.
Renee. Hi.
Hey, I finally made it.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Are you gonna turn on your camera to do your presentation? But could you introduce yourself to the audience before you do your presentation?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
turn your camera on.
Okay, I will do my best. This Jaws is taking me a second.
Oh, that's okay. Well, while you're turning your camera on, I'll read a poem to give you a second so you won't be rushed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna read a poem to give her a second to read. Now this poem is Little Susie Q, and it's a poem I wrote about abstinence and being patient and women getting respect. Aretha Franklin. All right. Little Susie Q. She walked off the school bus into his Cadillac. She had a Mac attack, so he treated her with a snack. She vented to him for hours. Her pain was piercing deep, for she had lost both of her brothers in a brawl at the corner store. He listened attentively, but their outings ended quickly because Granny pulled the rope. Fascinated with her, he studied her like a book. He interviewed her friends and former classmates. He asked her for her cherry, but she refused repeatedly. He showered her with pretty things, but Granny sent them back. His passion for her grew with every teasing moment, and he fretted something awful after every no. Her big eyes mesmerized him. Her smile drove him wild. He listened to her for years and waited impatiently. On her high school graduation day, he gave her a card. When she finished college, Granny invited him to supper. This is real old school here. On their wedding night, he cried like a boy, for his virgin wife was enough for him to continue to adore. Okay. Little Susie Q. Okay, Renee, you got it. You need me to read some more.
It's for some reason, Miss Meredith is saying that my video is on, but you still can't see me.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. I can, but at least we can hear you. So
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so go ahead with your presentation, and we won't worry about the that we can't see you. Everybody can hear, right?
Yes.
So go ahead and introduce yourself.
I wish my video was working because I love to show my e-reader that I read books on. But my name is Renee Cornett, and I am one of the adults for the poetry contest. So I am in Long Beach, Mississippi, and I actually work at the Emerge Center here as a home management instructor, and I do so many different things working with the blind, and I am blind. And not sure what else to really say about myself. I've been writing since I was 15 years old. I am in the process of writing a book thanks to Miss Meredith asking me to do encouraging me to do that. So I am excited about that, and I'm excited to be here today.
And we're so happy to have you.
I am very happy to be here.
Okay, so are you do you have a presentation you're reading to us, and if you're writing a poem?
Yes, ma'am, I have my poem. Do you want me to share my poem?
Oh, no.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Oh, no, not the one you reading in the competition. I
Oh,
thought you
no,
were
that was, no, I was just coming on here just to listen to everything. I want to be here for the whole book festival.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
Okay,
yes, I'm just
okay.
gonna sit here and just listen to y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna read I'm gonna read a little can you all see this book?
Yes.
You can see it. Okay, this is a memoir I wrote, Every Inch Love Will, about my late husband. And I'm gonna read just a little bit of it. See, where would I go? I'm gonna start in the middle. Well, go. Yeah, so I'm just gonna. This is chapter 3, the pandemic. Yeah, somebody was just mentioning the pandemic earlier. Chapter 3, the pandemic. I ordered 2 tickets to Las Vegas in February of 2020. There was a cheaper flight from Memphis, which connected in Denver. So I booked the flight and called Miss Dorothy to see if I could leave my CTS Cadillac at her house for 2 weeks. She was happy to help. She told me to call if we needed directions to her house. Well, I just had to stop to say that because Miss Dorothy is one of my mother's friends for maybe 60 years. And Miss Dorothy is the one who encouraged me to write the biography on my uncle, which was my second book. Because Renee was just saying about inspiring. You know, all writers are inspired from something. And this was the first edition of the book, which it came out in 2013. But Miss Dorothy Mays James was a school teacher in Memphis. And she kept encouraging my mother to write a book about my uncle, who was the first Black to go to the University of Mississippi, which is the nickname Ole Miss, in '62, because there was no material on him in the school library. She was an elementary teacher. And so, and she just told me, just like this, she said, so Meredith, Hazel's writing the children's book, you write the adult book. And then I just did what she told me to do. I mean, that's literally how I started writing this book. But she just told me to do it. She said I knew enough about it to do an adult version. So the first one is was 230 pages, and then I did another edition and added another 100 pages in 2019. Yeah, and so that one is but for some reason, this edition is the most valuable because it's the first edition. At first, they were selling this edition for $48. Now it's a textbook company, they sell it for $56. And Walmart or some others sell it for $75. You see, I have $39 on there, but I was selling it for $44. But the second edition I sell for cheaper, and you can get it online. James Meredith Warrior in America, they created it for the hardback of the second edition is $25. The soft cover is $15, and the ebook I think is, oh no, the textbook company sells the ebook. It's $14. The ebook is $14. Okay, so on March the 2nd, 2020, Will and I traveled to Marion, Alabama to volunteer to work on Billie Jean Young's campaign on Super Tuesday. She was running for Alabama State Board of Education in District 5. Now that was really an amazing experience to go to Alabama, another state, and get involved in their local politics. Billie Jean made reservations for us at Bennett Sweet's Bed and Breakfast in Marion, which is a bed and breakfast with books in every room. It was so many books in the place that I just walked around and just read the spines of the books. Some of them I had read and some I hadn't read. And for me, a person that loves to read, it was just like being in heaven to see all of these books everywhere. And this bread and breakfast. Anyway, a Black couple owned the business. The wife was an avid reader. She stored an amazing collection of books by Black authors on bookshelves throughout the bed and breakfast. I walked through the rooms reading book spines. I had read some books, others I had not read. Will got comfortable on the couch, turned on TV, and got on his cell phone. The next morning, we drove to Billie Jean's house a few blocks away for coffee and to get campaign push cards. To my surprise, Alice Thomas Tisdale, who I think at that time was still the publisher of the Jackson Avenue newspaper, was present at Billie Jean's house drinking coffee too. That was really a surprise because Alice Thomas Tisdale is one of my early writing mentors. After I graduated from college, I started working for the Jackson Advocate newspaper, which is the oldest Black-owned newspaper in the state of Mississippi. And she and her husband were training me and the other writers how to interview people and do two-sided stories and for newspaper articles. It was really great training for what I have become since then. Let's see. Will knew them both. I am, and, you know, I've been a contributor writer for the Advocate since '93. I'm not doing so much now. I'm writing more books now. And I'm gonna go to another book. See if I can put stuff in. Anyway, Everest Love Will. This is the hardback edition, which is $20.98, and the soft cover edition, which is blue, is $10. And this is, can y'all see it?
Oh, wow.
This is Billie Holiday, jazz singer, my 13th book. So I'm just gonna read the introduction to you all. Well, maybe I could read some of the endorsements on the back. On the soft cover book, I have three of the endorsements. No, I have two. Advanced praise of Billie Holiday, jazz singer. So a library in North Mississippi, Mary and I and my mother were there at a book festival, like you were at a book festival, Mr. Bob, about 2 months ago. It was really nice. Well, anyway, I was very surprised when I walked in the library and the hardback edition of this book was on a stand. And I was like, oh my God, you know, I was happy to see that the book was there. And then I went to the counter and I asked the lady if she could look up how many times the book had been checked out by library patrons. And she told me it had been checked out 25 times. It had only been there a couple of months. And I was so thrilled. She told me that in her library system, readers love books about music. And I was like, oh wow, that's just really nice. And you know, and you were saying how, you know, how you working to get your book in the library. Yeah. Is your book sometimes they want the book to be in Baker or Taylor or Ingram Market. Is your book in Baker or Taylor or Ingram?
I don't even know what those things are. I apologize. I'm doing what I can.
Okay, who published yours?
Mine is called EA Books, independent book publisher.
Okay. Well, that's what some of the librarians tell me. Of course, I have had one or two to tell me that they could get one of my books through the Amazon market, which is Kindle published. I'm not.
Okay,
sure, I haven't heard of your. But anyway, just keep trying.
It is published through Kindle. You're exactly right.
So you could see just. But I really think that you should be able to get it in that museum, the Banjo Museum.
Okay, yeah, I've got to try.
It really relates to that. But anyway, I just was thinking about that. You see, I get off track all the time. Okay, so here's one of the endorsements by Howard Mandel, who is the president of the Jazz Journalists Association. And this is what he had to say about the book. Meredith Coleman McGee's portrait of American icon Billie Holiday is intimate and unflinching as it details her life and music in the context of 20th century race relations, drug use and abuse, rackets, and the jazz business, and complicated relationships with her family and friends. As an introduction to the great singer's place in history and the present, is highly relatable to readers now. And then Dr. Laurel Patello, who is the music program manager at the Count Basie Center for the Arts. Ravine.
Hang on.
Were you a DJ? Did you play much Count Basie? Music?
Oh, a little. That was more with the senior, with the senior dance. But it was Count Basie, and then what is his name? The one I'm trying to think of the one guy that they would always because it was always ballroom dancing was the highlight of the evening, besides line dancing. So any of the Count Basie stuff, anything that was instrumental from those early 40s, 50s periods was a hit. By the way, I now know how to ballroom dance.
What kind of ballroom dances did they do on Count Basie?
Oh yeah, I mean
Music.
they did, you name it, they did everything from foxtrot. They did, so we had to, I had to pick the right music, and they knew. But yeah, foxtrot, rumba, tango, they did all of it. Salsa,
Like
swing,
Dancing with the Stars.
like Dancing with the Stars. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And you'd be surprised. Yeah. But yeah, but it was fun, and I really, like I said, I really enjoy that music. I don't, it's fun, it's feel good, you can feel it. So it was always a wonderful event, when I was with the seniors.
Because I think the foxtrot, if I'm not mistaken, some of my mother's older sisters used to do that. I mean, like they were born in like 1920.
Yeah,
or something like
foxtrot.
that. And
Yeah, that's
do you know how to do that?
Yeah, 1,
Oh
2.
my
That's a
goodness.
slow 1, 2, 1, 2. Yo.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it is, and don't think it's easy. Now you got to get your steps right, your hips right, everything. So foxtrot, but I love the rumba myself, with the slower ones. But they had salsa, and you take a look. It's really ballroom dancing in general is very fun. It's enjoyable. It's good exercise, but it's just fun.
And where did you learn how to do it?
Yeah, I actually took some ballroom lessons years ago because I just had a personal interest in it. And then when I started DJing these events and they were requesting this, I knew what music kind of to play when they wanted to do a certain dance. So I could tell from the beat of the music what needed. If they wanted a foxtrot, I kind of knew what to play. If they wanted a rumba, I kind of knew what would work for the footwork. So but that was just an interest I had. Yeah,
that just sounds like such a fun experience.
But I always loved dancing, so that was one thing. And then just for whatever reason, I just decided I wanted to learn the ballroom dance.
Okay. Okay, can you read some now? But I'm gonna let somebody in.
Okay. I do have one more that I'll share, and that this one. In the latest collection, I have a personal section, and it's a small number of poems, but they all kind of tie back to my life in Yazoo City, growing up in Mississippi. So I'm going to share one that I call Take Me Home. And you'll see where I talk about my love for music, which is R&B at the time, and my life in Yazoo City, and kind of when times were more simple and you know, and we didn't realize the value of the time. So this one is
Now,
called.
can I ask you one question? Okay, so you grew up in Yazoo City.
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of music venues did you have growing up in Yazoo City?
Oh, it was primarily R&B. Because I came up in the disco era. So you would have, you know, you had all of that plus the soul, and then and I would say, because we were then at the club. So you'll see in this poem, I list some of the songs, some of the soul R&B songs that you know, that you know, just kind of moved us.
Okay.
So, but yeah, so at that time you could think it was disco. It was disco R&B, and then
like the 80s.
In the 80s, that's what we moved into. I moved into stuff like Whitney Houston. I'm such a fan of Whitney Houston, and I still am. It's just, you know,
yeah.
I play her music all the time. I know my kids get sick of me playing Whitney Houston, but I love Whitney Houston. But I also love Celine Dion, you know, so I love her stuff. So, you know, so it was to me, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, we had some great music, but I just felt like there was a decline once we got over into the 2000s.
What about Anita Baker?
Loved her. She's there too. Yes, Anita Baker's right there. Look, in the late 80s was Nita. And the thing is, all of these artists were alive and performing at the same time. You know, and it's hard. And that's something I started writing about. I'm trying to put it together, where you had Whitney and you had Anita Baker. You had, you know, Natalie Cole was still alive. Aretha Franklin was still alive. You know, all of these, Sade, they were still all alive and performing at the same time. That's what I call the sweet period, where we had these great artists. We had so many great artists who paid their dues, you know, and they didn't fast track to the spotlight. They earned and worked their way. And we had a lot of great artists, like at the same time in the late 80s, early 90s. You know, we started losing them, you know, and that's why I think this is part of it, where, you know, you look back and you just didn't appreciate it at the time. And that's life. Okay, and so anyway, but this one is called Take Me Home. Music reminds me of insouciant times when we had nothing and yet we had everything coinciding. When mama was on the porch and daddy across town, when softball games were a social oasis and there were no neighborhood rivalries. When the houses on the hill were filled with families, when the church doors opened, pews were never empty. The first beats of a song throw back my memories, taking me way back, taking me right back, taking me home to my Yazoo family. Music reminds me of insouciant times when we had nothing and yet we had everything coinciding. The first beats of an Osley song remind me of slow dancing with Tyrone, while the shame of Evelyn King reminds me of our talent show dance routine. When I hear Aretha's RESPECT, I remember the lip sync show at Chicago's Disco. I Destroyed Your Love, parts 1 and 2, Float On, Flashlight, and For the Love of You. The first beats of a song throw back my memories, taking me way back, taking me right back, taking me home to my Yazoo family. Music reminds me of insouciant times when we had nothing and yet we had everything coinciding. These halcyon days are anchored in my soul. I appreciate them now that so many are gone. Times were special and I took them for granted, but when I hear the music, memories come flooding back. It feels so good to reminisce. For 3.5 minutes, I relive my innocence. Music reminds me of insouciant times when we had nothing and yet we had everything coinciding. When mama was on the porch and daddy across town, when softball games were a social oasis and there were no neighborhood rivalries. When houses on the hill were filled with families, when the church doors opened, the pews were never empty. The first beats of a song throw back my memories, taking me way back, taking me right back, taking me home to my Yazoo family. That's that song. And you can hear the music. I love music. Music just always, it moves me. So if I hear the right song, I feel like it transports me back to a point in time.
But you also described the experience in terms of, we didn't have violence like we do today.
Yeah.
It was a whole different community.
And I really hate that our kids don't have that, because I said the softball games in the summer in Yazoo City when I was growing up, you know, there were just constant softball and baseball tournaments in this area. It was like 3 or 4 fields, and people would just congregate in the evening at the games, you know, and there was other recreation there. I think it was tennis courts, and then maybe a swimming pool was down there, but we all came together. There was never like violence. People came and enjoyed themselves. We enjoyed the games, but it was a chance to socialize and get together and see each other and laugh and talk. And that was like every day during the week, you know, so
Right.
they don't have that. They don't have that anymore. And so it's, you know, which is, you know, we didn't have the neighborhood rivalries, you know, where, you know, yeah, one group pitted against the other. There was none of that. And it really was true. The church, if, you know, there was a program at the church was packed. You know,
Right.
you know what I mean? That's why I said there were no empty pews. You're hard pressed to get a full church. You know,
And it was a training ground.
exactly, for a lot of our musicians.
Musicians,
So, you know, so I was trying to
singers,
capture what.
speakers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, singers, speakers.
Yeah. And
Musicians.
then, you know,
You're
you
right.
also
Yeah.
had the mentorship, you know,
Mhm.
you know, within the church, you know, it was just that connection, the fellowshipping, you know, became kind of the foundation, for a lot of the youth growing up. And it's just not like that today. And I was just sitting there thinking about it, and I'm, you know, and then, like I said, just kind of reminiscing on what it was like. And even though we didn't have a lot, you know, get me wrong, we did not have a lot, but yeah, we had everything, even though we had nothing, you know.
Yeah, but you had everything.
Yet I had everything, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I said I can appreciate it now that you look back at, you know, you look back and you can see the good. You can see what really mattered. At the time, you're just kind of in it.
Okay.
And
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
do have I Too. If you want to hear that, it's a short poem. And then this is I Too is the poem we were talking about earlier, Meredith, by Langston Hughes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
this was
'cause
a
I was
short,
trying to
and
remember the ending of it.
yeah, it was this one was called I Too. And this is, you know, and this was I actually just grabbed 2 lines from this poem and used it as a basis for my poem. But it is it's a longer poem. It's shorter. It's very short. So I'm just gonna read I Too, because this is like one of my favorite poems by Langston Hughes. And it's I Too Sing America. I am the darker brother they send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes. But I laugh and eat well and grow strong. Tomorrow I'll be at the table when company comes. Nobody'll dare say to me, eat in the kitchen then. Besides, they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. I too am America. So, and I
Yes,
just
and
grabbed 2 lines from that poem and used it as a basis for mine.
yeah, and I love that poem because it really has a lot of humanity in it. Because
Yep.
he's saying they think I'm beneath them, but if they just really look at me, they'll see me as an equal.
As an equal, and that I've contributed as well. So that's what I really
Right.
do. I like it's a short one, and I like it, and it's powerful, but you know, but short. But I really,
Right.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I sure thank you, Meredith, for letting me join. This has been
Oh
great. I'm
yeah.
like Bob. This has been great.
I know. Even though we get off track, but I think that's all in it. And then you see, we're writing poetry, and there's at least 3 adults on Mary Hardy writes poetry. You write poetry, I write poetry, and then our things are based on our experience. And then when we hear the youth poetry later, and theirs is going to be based on their experience, and it's
Exactly.
always so heartwarming to hear their perspective of their experience and what they see in the world.
Yep. And that's the beauty of poetry, because it's personal, you know, and it's from the viewpoint and the experiences of the poet.
Right.
You know,
And then it's fiction. because it's you know, it's fiction is characters.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can
that's
go
true.
wherever you want with it. You know,
Right.
just depends on what, what you're trying to convey to the reader, what message you're trying to send. And sometimes it's like, it could be a valid, true message that you're trying to send, but then again, you could be trying to send a different message of motivation, or a message that says, hey, you got a problem, you need to fix it. Think about it, So it just depends on what the poet wants to communicate. But that's the beauty again of poetry. It's personal.
Right.
Depends on how you feel.
Right. And somebody just joined, and I was just trying to see if they was one of the speakers for one of the literary speakers. Let's see. Oh, I think they may be coming back. I think they dropped. Okay, so I was trying to read the introduction, and okay, so I'm gonna try to read it now. Which is really, let's see. I'll read the foreword first. Okay, this is my 13th book. You can buy it anywhere you buy books. Billie Holiday, jazz singer. I'm Meredith Coleman McGee. For anybody just joining online or here, and this is my 13th book, and this is the soft cover edition. It's $15, and the hardcover edition is $25. The audio book, which is doing very well, is I think it's $20. And the ebook is $8.98. Okay, and the foreword was written by a jazz singer named Tawanda Shante. And this is the foreword by Tawanda Shante. I was 17 when I recorded my first song. However, I don't remember what age I was when I initially heard the song God Bless the Child. I do remember how it made me feel. I recall paying close attention to the lyrics and melody, which were cheerful, whimsical, and warm. The song offered a soundscape of guidance for independence. Them that's got shall get. I'm reading because I cannot sing. Them that's not shall lose. So the Bible says, and it still is news. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own. That's got his own. Very powerful lyrics, which Billie Holiday wrote with someone else. When I was 16, Tawanda Shante, this is her foreword. These are her words. My music mentor, Melvin Housecat Hendricks, reintroduced me to Billie Holiday's music. He asked, what songs did I desire to learn and sing? I named a few pieces, including Billie Holiday's God Bless the Child. A few weeks later, we visited his friend's home studio, which had an incredible jazz collection. He played Lady Day's recordings from her diverse catalog of songs. Some songs I knew and some I didn't. However, I enjoyed getting more familiar with the musical classics. What I do remember is that her music was alluring. While listening to her music, I listened closely to the nuances in her voice and the way she manipulated phrasing and tempo. I discovered that her music and lyrics were her survival's license. I then understood that that is what enchanted her audience. Not to mention her local vocal style and improvisational skills strongly influenced jazz vocalists and music. Meredith Coleman McGee tells a compelling story of Billie Holiday's ability to interpret the music the way she did. Holiday's turbulent childhood, her abusive relationships, her drug addiction, how the government informants plotted to destroy her career, and the joy she found through true, meaningful, organic friendships molded her musical growth. Also, the emotional joys and pains she shared through her musical creative process were authentic. Billie Holiday's song, Strange Fruit, is sadly one of America's most potent revolutionary songs. She was arguably the most dynamic artist in music history. Though she lived an American Horror Story, her life and music revealed the incredible amount of tenacity that she had to endure tragedies and triumphs to fight against injustices. Billie Holiday, jazz singer by Meredith Coleman McGee, offers incredible scenes into Lady Day's short life that reflects light on society's complexities as a reminder that you don't have to be perfect to create meaningful change. Tawana Shante, jazz vocalist. Okay. Was that one you, DJ? Oh, she didn't. Okay, here's the introduction. I became a fan of Billie Holiday. Now, I'm reading my own words now. I became a fan of Billie Holiday, known famously as Lady Day, at age 15 in 1978 in the 10th grade. My older brother, Bobby, age 16 and a half, a music enthusiast who later became a DJ at the CB Club and the Black Entertainment Strip in Jackson, Mississippi, introduced me to Billie Holiday. The old clubs were Stardust, Dorsey's, one stood at Estelle's, one soulful eatery are gone now. Today, the entertainment strip, which blossomed from decades, was crushed by the effects of gun violence during the crack cocaine epidemic. The district now contains a series of vacant lots. Nationally, other Black entertainment districts, business districts have distinguished in the past 50 years too. Since Billie Holiday's heyday over 64 years ago when she sold out concert seats at Carnegie Hall, established in 1891 by steel tycoon Andrew Carnegie. This venue has flourished. In 1947, her concert tickets were on sale at the Carnegie Box Office, Colony Record Shop, 52nd and B Way and Flags Record Shop, 125th Street and 7th Avenue. Concert seats range from $4 to $2.25. Today, Carnegie Hall concert goers pay $120 to $3,000 per seat. And I tell you, that is a big gap from paying $225 in 1947 to the prices that tickets are today. Not to mention that this establishment is still around and has been around since 1891. And that's amazing to be able to keep a business going that long. Carnegie Hall on 7th Street between 56th and 57th Streets in New York City has been standing for over 130 years. God bless America. The Apollo Theater in Harlem, New York, which launched amateur contests in 1934, was an extension of the Chitlin Circuit. It has been standing 89 years and counting. Billie Holiday debuted at the Apollo that year as a rising star and a paid singer. The Royal Theater on Pennsylvania Avenue in Baltimore, where Billie Holiday grew up, was one of 5 theaters for Black entertainment during legal segregation. The facility was demolished in 1971 on the eve of its 50th anniversary. The Regal Theater, which opened in 1928 in the Bronzeville community on the south side of Chicago, was one of the first premier complexes in America available to Black audiences. Regal Theater ran 40 years until 1968. The facility was torn down in 1973. Of the 5 largest theaters, Howard Theater in Washington, D.C., which ran amateur contests in the 1930s for Black people, has remained an entertainment spot for over a century. I'm letting someone in. Billie Holiday performed in the major theaters. She also sang in the lesser-known clubs on the Chitlin Circuit, especially after her drug addiction in 1940 conviction in 1947, which revoked her cabaret license, her ability to perform in the jazz clubs in New York City. From age 19 to age 23, she was the featured singer with the Benny Goodman Band. Hold on, I gotta let somebody in. Can you read something, Ravine? Marlene, were you able to get in?
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Is it my turn to talk about my book?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Bob Harmon. This is my children's picture book, Bob and the Banjo Spider. It's $16 available on Amazon.com. And it's a rhyming book with a lot of pictures in the inside. I've got some art here in the background. I have an illustrator named Dave O'Connell, and he did the art for this. So this is the book cover. And then you can see here some of the wonderful art that he did that's inside the book as you tell the story. It's a family of 4 getting away from big city life and going to the country and trying to get away from it all. So at night, Bob, the parent of the two daughters, he tells his family that he used to be scared about fiddleback spiders, also known as brown recluses. And so he thinks about those bad spiders in his dream, fiddleback, and you can see this little spider here. Maybe he's playing the fiddle and he's imagining that. And so he thinks of a good spider, the banjo spider. So I took my family a year ago to Branson, Missouri, and I got scared. So this is based on reality, where I scared myself about bad spiders. And so I dreamed up a good spider as it was raining, and I can hear the plink and the plunk of rain on the roof. And I thought, we're in like hillbilly country and good banjo area. And so I invented the banjo spider, and here you can see him playing happy music in our dreams. And Dave, my illustrator, had a lot of fun with this book. It was like Christmas every day to me, seeing what he did. And here you can see the banjo spider in a heart-shaped web because he plays only happy music. So, as someone said earlier at this festival, it was kind of like this is the latest thing to have a happy spider since Charlotte's Web. So honestly, I believe that. I've had such a great time at this festival listening to all the different comments, the different books you all have written. You all have certainly written several books. I love the story about going into the bed and breakfast and reading all the books. I love bed and breakfast. I got to tell you, they don't have as many books as that, but I still look to see what they have and read about them. And I love the comments also about 80s music. I actually was in a top 40 station and dearly loved to hear Tina Turner, Aretha Franklin, Michael Jackson. 80s was a fun time for music. So I've been listening to a lot of this. I dearly loved 80s music. Of course, it may tell my age. I had to beg for minimum wage back then, and it was not enough now to get just part of a cheeseburger or whatever at McDonald's, but that's a different But anyway, with that being said, Bob and the Banjo Spider is a cute rhyming book. It gets you over your fear of spiders in a child play like manner, and it's available on Amazon for $16.
And I have the link to your book in the chat as well. The Amazon link is in the chat for anybody who would like to order it. And you're just full of surprises. Now you have shown us these big illustrations. You have your whole book. That is like you got it all together.
I'll make you laugh. This is what my illustrator did with the Banjo Spider. Can you see me in this
I
dress?
see.
And he put the spider hanging off my hat.
What is that? Is that something hanging off the top of the hat?
Yeah, that's the little banjo spider. I sent a picture in to my book people, and they thought that I did this silly picture, and they said, "Oh, that's the one we want." And I said, "You've got to be kidding." So,
no, that's the one to use. That's the one that's gonna get you some conversation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that idiot.
I like the idea. You might be able to sell spiders hanging off your hat. That could become a new trend.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll be a new fad, kind of like a pet rock or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
I heard that. Yeah, well, I tell you, that you're gonna be ready for your third. If it's the second one, I mean, you really got it going on.
Well, I've got a lot of different things, so yeah. Had a lot of fun talking to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, Mary, are you ready?
I am, but I'm afraid to get stuck with something because I'm traveling and, I'll go in and out. But I am really, really enjoying this time. Ravon, I really enjoyed your poetry. I've enjoyed Miss Harmon's. It's just great. So with me traveling, it's hard for me to
Okay. What in if you want to wait till later, I can, because it says that your network is a little low. So I'll go ahead and
you all go on and I'll just listen.
Okay then, okay. I'll go on and finish.
Okay.
And this time I'm going to the end. Wait a minute. Okay. Chapter 6. 1957, 1959. Mr. Bob, I wasn't alive then yet. 1957, 1959.
It's just a couple years after that, so yeah.
My mother graduated from high school in 1957.
Okay. Sounds like I'm older, the oldest one on here. So yeah, thanks for noticing.
All right. Billie Holiday and Louis McKay went to Mexico in March of 1957 and got married. I'm in chapter, I don't went from the beginning I'm in chapter 6 now. The two started dating after Billie's breakup with John Levy. Author Robert O'Malley believed Louis used Billie's fame and movie to advance himself. But I did want to say this. This book is organized in chronological order. The first chapter is Eleanor. The second chapter is Harlem, New York. Chapter 4 is the Decca years. That was her, Columbia years, her first publisher. Then she moved to Decca. So that's chapter 4. Chapter 5 was Verve. That was her last albums, except for one. She went back to Capitol Records to do her last album. And then chapter 6 is 1957, 1959. And chapter 7 is The Aftermath. And then chapter 8 is Legacy. And of course, I skipped to chapter 6. And I'm going to read a little bit of chapter 6. Okay, so as I was saying, author Robert O'Malley believed Louis used Billie's fame and money to advance himself. Scholars argue Louis asked for Billie's hand in marriage legally so he would not be able to testify against him in a court of law. Louis was a drug dealer who used drugs and collected drug money for New York mobsters and ran his own small-scale operation and other side hustles. Some argue Billie Holiday was Louis's greatest hustle. In a sense, the mob hustled them both. And what a shame y'all didn't. I'm reading chapter 6 and you missed everything else. But anyway, I'm just trying to encourage someone to buy the book, so I can't tell it all. Aside from those views, Billie Holiday was known as the Queen Bee in jazz and as the Great Lady Day. Louis, excuse me. Ravine, can you read for a minute?
Okay. You want me to just, I'll just share another one real quick. All right, let's do. One second. I think I'll try one from one of the previous books. And this one is, now what? First step, let me see. Let's go with. This is our We Grow Tired. And this was another poem that that was included in, that was selected to be put on the website with the what was it? And I'll give you the website in a minute. But anyway, it was another one that has been put on the website. It's called We Grow Tired, and I'll read that one. It's Dear Lady Justice, we grow tired, we say. We grow tired of waiting. We grow tired of the acquittals and the dismissals by a judicial that is obviously prejudicial towards those who are poor, innocent, and Black. Too many jurors, judges, prosecutors, and prisons have gotten the verdict wrong. Too many times you have altered your scales to damn the innocent irreversibly, just so that the haves can return what they do not often deserve, just so that the haves can protect those who are often not worthy. We grow tired, we say. We grow tired of the acquittals and the dismissals by a judicial that is obviously prejudicial towards those who are poor, innocent, and Black. We know that you were built to contain the helpless and the powerless, the Blackish and the brownish, for your actions are not broken. They are purposeful, intentional, and detrimental to the innocent, whose cries for freedom are excruciating. For you contentiously free white birds while concurrently caging Black birds with no guilt. We want justice, we say. We want justice for those unfairly slain by strangers wielding weapons without just cause, by strangers wielding weapons just because. We grow tired, we say. We grow tired of waiting, the Black community. So that one was actually added to the collection with Our Reasons. And I will add one more as we wait. I don't know if Mary has one. I could add one more while we wait for Meredith to come back. Let me give you 1 second. No, I don't like that one. Let's find another. Are you ready, Meredith? Because I'm digging through to find one that's not so long. So here's, let's go with our prayer. Because there's so much going on in this world. And especially with the book from 2023, you almost felt helpless with some of the stuff happening. And, and you just feel like you want to do something, but then you can't. So I will just read our prayer and then let Meredith take it again. And that's the title of the poem, Our Prayer. We pray for peace for all. As children live, families die, and whole communities are erased. In the distance, strangers turn on strangers, friends turn on friends, chaos and contempt rule, our forgiveness and kindness fade, leaving a coldness and cruelty within. History is forgotten, ignorance is welcome, violence is routine, poverty spreads, smothering the future of so many as new generations of revolutionaries arise. Let peace be seen, let it be heard, let your love be felt, guide us, protect us, forgive us. This we pray, amen. So that was a poem I wrote that ended one of the sections from the latest book. Okay, and Meredith, I'll give it back to you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just talking and I was muted. I was just saying.
Good. Okay, I just grabbed a couple and just read just one or two more.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you said you gave it back to me? Okay. Lewis hit Billy like he was hitting a man he was collecting drug money from. This is a serious chapter. I don't know why I picked this. Friends noted that Lewis knocked her out cold more than once and let her lay on the floor and sleep off her intoxication. He prostituted a string of women whom he often physically abused. People in the music industry called Billie Holiday Louis McKay's stage prostitute. She was trying to make it from one gig and one day to the next. Her life was hard, yet she kissed her music and reigned on the stage. Author Joanne Harrer of Chasing the Scream discovered documents which verified that Louis McKay was an informant on Anslinger's payroll. According to his findings, Lewis agreed to help Anslinger's staff set up Billie Holiday in 1947. Louis McKay was careless with her money as a business manager. After he lost a great deal of her money in a risky business deal, Billie was devastated. Eventually, Lewis broke Billie's trust, and one day she told a friend she physically got the best of him and stuck his head in the commode. Shortly after that, she was done. He moved to California, where he had already purchased property in his name with Billie's money. He planned to have his ducks in a row. Billie did not go to the police. She did not have any friends at the police station. She did not trust law enforcement. Like Prez, who drank his pain away, Billie drank and indulged in heavy drug uses kill her pain. Prez never did hard drugs. Substance cannot kill mental pain and anguish. Substance creates problems on top of problems. After parting ways with Lewis, Billie moved into an apartment in Harlem. Living alone with her dog was lonely. Her wealth had flown east and west with a flock of birds following Joe Guy, John Levy, and Louis McKay. She was starting again in one sense. John Levy was still using the beautiful large roomy house he bought in the Queens with her money. By 1958, Billie was sick. Her pain was intense. Her ankles were often swollen. She had been betrayed too many times to count. Her spirit was wounded. Her friends encouraged her and helped her get from one point to another toward another comeback. Unfortunately, her health was declining and she indulged more in substances. Her friends and accomplices risked their freedom, scoring drugs for Billie Holiday. She was followed day and night. She could not walk to a drug house and score anything. She doctored her pain with substances. Her friends helped her put one foot in front of the other. They did whatever was necessary to help hold her up. That's what friends do. God bless devoted friends. Some people only get 3 devoted friends in their entire lives. If one beats the 3 in a lifetime ratio, he or she has beaten the odds. If you beat the odds, count your blessings. Loyalty is priceless. Billie had to work to put bacon and ribs on the table. Her best earning years had passed. Saturday, July 6, 1957, Billie performed at the Newport Jazz Festival in Newport County Rhode Island, which was not her best day. Billy's voice was not up to par. She stumbled over lyrics she had sung hundreds of times, but the pianist smoothed over her voice stumbles, and the audience gave Lady Day a healthy applause. Everyone has a dreadful day. Lady Day, Billy was having a rough season. She had lost body weight. She was frail and experiencing physical pain. Her liver was declining. Her daddies, men, lovers, managers, husbands had failed her, yet she pressed on. And this is the Newport Jazz Festival, Thursday, July 4th, 1957 lineup. And I believe this was the first jazz festival. And in the lineup was Ella Fitzgerald, and she was in Apollo's competition the first year that it opened, which was 1934. And that was the year after Billie Holiday became a recording artist. Also at the festival, July the 4th, 1957, was the George Lewis Band, Jack Teagarden, Louis Armstrong, and his All-Stars. Everybody knows Louis Armstrong. Henry Allen, Kid O'Reilly, Sidney Beckett. That was the Thursday lineup. That Friday, July the 5th, the lineup was Bobby Hackett, Cannonball Alderley, Aaron Gardner Trio, Matt Matthews, the Bernard Pillar Trio, Stan Kenton and his orchestra, the George Shearing Quartet, Carmen McRae, Gigi Grice, Ruby Graff. Carmen McRae and her parents used to live near Billie Holiday, and of course, she was a true fan of Billie Holiday. And she said Billie Holiday was her real, her only really influence in terms of jazz. But Billie Holiday was the defining voice in jazz because she was the first female recorded jazz artist in 1933. And they was just moving from vaudeville singers singing into jazz. Of course, the jazz music started in the like 1915, 16, New Orleans and Storyville. And that Saturday was when Billie Holiday performed. And she performed with the day that she performed and you know, was having such a hard time, sick, and her voice was stumbling. I'm gonna pronounce whatever I can pronounce, and what I can't, I'm gonna skip it. Jesse Gillespie and his orchestra, Chris Connor, Cecil Taylor, Dave Ruquette, Horace Silver Quartet, Eddie Costa, Jackie Paris. And that Sunday, the Newport Jazz Festival lineup included Jimmy Russell, and also Sarah Vaughan, who was really young then, Cal Basin, Stuff Smith, Jimmy Oscar Peterson Trio, Teddy Wilson Trio. Teddy Wilson played piano for a lot of Billie Holiday's music. Somebody keeps trying to come on, but they keep falling. During the winter of 1957, December 8th, 1957, Billie recorded Fine and Mellow on The Sound of Jazz, a 1-hour television special, Sunday evening on CBS. The Sound of Jazz was part of the 7 Lively Acts television series. It was the first major television production about jazz on the American television network. The lineup included Lester Young. Oh, can you see Lester Young?
Yes. Yes.
And he was born in Mississippi, but he was raised in Louisiana. But he was like a brother and a really true friend, Billie Holiday. Ben Webster and Billie Holiday and Ben Webster started out together when she first moved to Harlem when she was 14. They would sing in the clubs, play together. Coleman Hawkins, Jerry Mulligan, Roy Eldridge, Doc Cheatham, Dick Dickerson, Mal Wardrobe, Danny Barker, Hilton, and Essie Johnson. The musicians were smoking and talking when they were not playing. Billie Holiday walked through happily and playfully joking with members of the Count Basie band, who she had known for years. She sat on a high stool and sang. As Billie started singing, the musician helped Lester stand on his feet so he could play beautifully while Billie sang as he had many times. Before the television recording, Lester Young and Billie Holiday's relationship was strange, yet onlookers became emotional watching Lester and Billie stare deeply into each other's eyes across the room from each other as he played his saxophone and she sang. Their deep trance took them to a place and time that only Billie and Lester had gone. Billie knew things about Lester. Lester knew things about Billie. Billie knew Lester had been court-martialed for possession and use of marijuana when he was in the Army during World War II at a base in Fort McClellan, Alabama, and that his detention was traumatic because drunken, loud, hateful, and evil white guards terrorized Lester. He was punished and required to perform hard labor. Lester knew about her trauma and that it started when she was an innocent child. Lester drank heavily for the rest of his life. Across the room, she saw his feebleness. He had changed. She had changed. The face had changed. Steadiness had changed. The grip had changed. The process of life had taken a turn for him and for her. Racism, sexism, exploitation, and coping collided. Boom. During the solo, it was obvious Lester was sick because he had to gather his strength while the band played Fine and Mellow. Lester told a reporter after the set that Lady Day was still his girl and she was still the best. Historically, from 1937 to 46, Billie Holiday and Lester Young recorded 60 songs together. Professionally, Billie Holiday was hanging in there as best as she could. Personally, Billie Holiday's relationships consistently fell apart. No one was loyal. Husband and wife, lover, neither she nor them were devoted to one another. The powerful mobsters had Harry Anslinger in their pockets, and Harry had Jimmy Fletcher, John Levy, and Louis McKay on his payroll. The pusher man had all the profits in their pockets. This tip of balance against Billie Holiday was destructive. Billie Holiday ate off the same plate with her enemies and slept in the bed with her enemies. She kept breathing, yes, but the government had a grip on Billie Holiday's demise. Government effectively had 3 men up close and personal infiltrate Billie's private life. Agent Jimmy Fletcher entered Billie's inner circle as a fan and was part of the first team to raid her hotel room in 1947. John Levy, Billie's lover and manager, set her up for a sting in California in 1949. John told her to get rid of his opium after he received a phone call that law enforcement was on the way up to conduct the bust. After one of John Levy's beatings, Billie's friends, Bobby Tucker and Buck Clayton, had to tape her ribs before she got on stage to sing at a gig. The extreme pain from broken ribs is excruciating. It takes a long time to heal broken bones. Being ruthlessly beaten was disturbing. Billie's friends recalled that John kicked Billie, but he never hit her in the face. He wanted her to be able to perform on stage. Billie made money singing on stage. Finally, in the end, there was Louis McKay, a handsome devil was he. That December day in the CBS studio, Billie was looking at Prez across the room, blowing his saxophone. She saw him. She saw herself. She had declined. He had changed. She had declined. She had changed. Life had taken a turn. President Lady Day gave those moments in music the best they had to give. Billie figured out how to get new liftoffs. Norman Granz was ready to deliver. When she met Norman in the early 1940s, he was a college student at UCLA. Now he was Verve's Records artistic director. He was social capital. He used top musicians such as pianist Jimmy Rawls, Bobby Tucker, Wynton Kelly, horn players Ben Webster, Benny Carter, Coleman Hawkins, Bud Johnson, Flip Phillips, Willie Smith, and Paul Winterchet, and trumpet players Harry Sweets Edison, Charlie Shavers, and Joe Newton in 1958 to reissue Billie Holiday's album, Stay With Me. Although Billie Holiday's health was declining, Robert immediately proposed that Billie's Verve recording, I didn't know what time it was. Our love is here to stay, and we'll be together again, matched in quality. The Holiday Young, as in Leslie Young recordings of the 1930s in her heyday. Billie's voice and technique matured. She had it. She used it. Although pleased with the Verve recordings, Lady Day did not renew a contract with Verve and resigned to Columbia, hoping to have a production similar in quality to a recording arranged for Frank Sinatra in 1950. The deal came in 1958. Columbia recorded Billie Holiday's Lady in Satin album. That's one of my favorite Billie Holiday albums, which was her most expensive recording production. There were 3 female background singers, a full string section, and a big band featuring the nation's best jazz classical musicians. During the Lady in Satin production, Billie's health and vitality worsened. Record producers were frustrated with her work ethics. The recording session was scheduled to start at 10 p.m., yet Billie arrived at 12 midnight, even though she had to be assisted in her seat for recording sessions and missed some lines. Her phrasing and emphasis went well. The musicians noted that even with her health issues, Billie was not a sad sack. She joked around and laughed like the old days. On the set, she was drinking gin from a water pitcher. However, musicians were pleased in their eyes. Lady Day was still a star. She did not desire the backup singers, but she loved her new song list, such as Violence for Your Furs and You Changed. She cried while singing You Changed. Yes, sir. A lot had changed. She was estranged from her husband, Louis McKay. He went from protecting her to being a monster she needed protection from. Though she had tried 100 times to beat that horse, she was back on the wagon. She had once had the strength of a beast, and now she needed basic living assistance. Lady Day was not a victim. She said so herself. She lived her life her way. She did it the Billie Holiday way. She invented Billie Holiday. Her friends wished their freedom getting drugs for her to help her get well when she was going through withdrawals. Not all schemed off the top. Sometimes funds were too low for an extra cut. She had her voice. She used it. Music critics found fault in Lady Day's Lady in Satin album. Critics argued the album signaled Billie Holiday's departure from the jazz genre into pop. Miles Davis said, "I'd rather hear her now. She's become much more mature. Sometimes you can sing words every night for 5 years, and all of a sudden it dawns on you what the song means." Billie Holiday's articles, I Needed Hearing to Live, published by Confidential in October 1958, was co-written by William Duffy. She was paid $1,500 for the article. Man, that's a lot of money for one article. And this was in 1958 or 59 one. By then, she was suffering with liver problems and drinking an alcohol cocktail for breakfast every morning and drinking from sunup to sundown. And I'm gonna stop to see who we have on here. Miranda and Michelle, can y'all come on and introduce yourselves if you're available?
Good afternoon. Can you
Good
hear me?
afternoon. Yes.
Great. I'm Miranda Cooper. I'm the daughter of Mary Hardy, owner of the Book Gallery. I'm an accountant here in Jackson, Mississippi, and I will be calling the spelling bee words for the spellers for the spelling bee at 3 o'clock.
Yes, thank you for the great role that you're playing.
You're welcome.
Uh-huh. Michelle, are you there? Okay, she's not there. Okay, Robert, do you want to go now?
Sure, be glad to.
Okay.
And if you want, I've even got another book I could talk about. It's entirely up to you.
You can do both.
I can do both.
Yes.
This will entertain you because when Ravon was talking earlier, she was talking about church. So I actually did a book a couple years ago called A Moses Prayer for Easter. And this little book is also on Amazon. And it has to do with on Easter weekend, two girls pray a Moses prayer for God to change their dad's heart and let their family go to church on Easter Sunday. So I went back and grabbed this book out of another place here at my house. And the reason was she was talking about how churches aren't having quite the as many people attend nowadays. So this little book, A Moses Prayer, has an interesting story. This is all based on a family of four watching the old Ten Commandments movie. Back when I think you graduated high school or something, you were telling me about, Meredith, about that time.
But look, I'm gonna go and get this this book. You wrote this book.
Yeah, I wrote this book with another author a couple years ago. Now, this book, what I was going to tell you about this, it's a family of four watching the old Ten Commandments movie on Friday. Well, their father said, that's all the church I ever need, watching that movie. I don't need to go to church. And so the girls want to go to church Easter Sunday morning. So they're talking and they said, what if we pray the 10 plagues happen to Dad, not to hurt him, but to change his heart like Pharaoh? And so they said, but it's got to happen Saturday so we can go to church Sunday. So the book is about the 10 plagues happening to their father, and all of the different plagues happen except death of the firstborn. And you'll have to see how this all happens to their father. And on the cover of the book, I had an illustrator out of Mexico City, Mexico, design this, and it's a little cartoon also that's on YouTube, same name, and it's the 10 plagues happening to the little Easter egg. And that's what you see on the book cover. And so
Okay,
this
how much
is
is this book?
Oh my gosh.
I believe it's $9.99 on Amazon.
Okay.
That's such
You're
that's
back.
such a
Good.
that's such a great idea. I mean,
Well,
it's just
thank you.
who'd have thought?
Great.
Isn't that a great idea?
It is.
Now, you won't believe this. God works in mysterious ways. It's actually been made into a feature film with actor Dean Cain.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Really?
And it's on Amazon.
Wow.
So
What's
I've
the
had
name of
fun
the
doing
movie?
stuff.
What's the name of the movie?
Same thing, A Moses Prayer for Easter. I'm not
Okay.
very original. So yeah, I've had a lot of fun. My wife says I'm good at spending money, not very good at making it, but I've had a lot of fun doing these things.
But it's your passion. It's passion that's
Oh,
driving you.
it's great fun. I can't quit my day job because I'm doing all these things, but I've had a great time doing them.
Exactly.
And the little cartoon, if nothing else, look up the cartoon. It's free on YouTube. It's a 2-minute cartoon and it's wonderful fun. It's a little Easter egg with the 10 plagues
Wow.
affecting them. And you all will like this, being sellers of books. It's actually a commercial for selling the book. The book appears at the end.
Wow. What's the name? Okay, what's the name of, or Meredith, can you put it in the chat? Make sure, okay.
Yeah,
for
I'm
a
finna put it
Moses
in.
prayer for Easter.
I'm
Okay.
putting it in there now.
Y'all been fun, so I thought I'd break it on my end and show you something else because I don't want to bore people. That's like that guy from Oklahoma can only do one thing. He keeps repeating himself.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat, y'all.
Okay, that's great. I have to look. Yeah, I'll look that up.
Anyway, look it up, see what you think. It's been fun doing that. So
Okay,
anyway.
thank you for sharing.
Thanks.
Are you gonna read it?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, you can read it.
Yeah, well, like I said, I didn't want to take too much time. So, oh, you'll love this. So, as people read it, I actually have a checklist for the 10 plagues. So, when people read the book, it's interactive. This is actually for probably middle school on. And so, as you go through the book, you can actually see where the 10 plagues are in the book.
Could you read the
Uh,
10 plagues to us to remind us? And
oh,
that's
oh
one of
my
my,
gosh. Okay, yes, yes.
okay.
Thank goodness they're written down for certain people that are in Oklahoma. Water into blood, frogs, lice, which actually some of this is almost real life because those of us that have had kids in school, we went through that and it scared me to death. And that was some of the stuff that's in this book. It was kind of real life with my daughters. Flies are wild animals, diseased livestock, boils, thunderstorm of hail and fire, locust, darkness for 3 days, and death of firstborn. So, like I said, it's a very different story, but the girls are praying. They want to go to church Easter Sunday morning, and they're trying to see if these different things can happen to change their dad's heart. And so I will let you know a little bit of this right off the bat. The first one that happens, water into blood. So dad is peeling apples for a snack for the daughters and himself at the kitchen sink. And he's slicing the apples up. He's got a glass of water there, and he accidentally cuts himself, and a drop of blood goes into the glass of water. And one of the girls leans over to the other and goes, "Oh my gosh, that's the first one. Water into blood. That's the first sign." And so it just goes on from there. It's little things like that that happen through the book.
That's gonna be interesting and fun to read, I'm sure.
Anyway, it's a whole different take on the movie, but if you're somewhat familiar with the old Ten Commandments movie, this just takes it in a new direction for
Okay.
audiences of today.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Meredith, you better give some other people time. I'll keep yakking. You know how I am.
Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and read the book. Yes, please do.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let me find something. So in the book, I was real original. It's named after again Bob and my wife Angie and daughters Katie and Anna, and so that's the characters in the book. You know how we authors are. And so Angie reads number 7. Girls, number 7 says thunderstorm of hail and fire. I know we had hail. Are you saying fire because of the burning charcoal? So their dad was cooking out on the grill, and they had a hailstorm, and that was the plague number 7. Thunderstorm of hail and fire when it knocked over the charcoal grill, and so that you had the hail and all that, and so and that what about locust? And so they had all these. Back when I used to be in the hayfield and out in the country more, you could hear those. They're actually cicadas, I believe they call them, and they make that wonderful sound you hear all summer long, and so. In the book they hear this swarm of cicadas going through, and oh my gosh, is that the locust? Yes, everyone calls them locust, even though locusts really are grasshoppers, which I had to research in the book. But
a locust is a grasshopper?
Yeah, well, I never knew that either till I started researching. I always called them those cicadas or like a what is it, a katydid or something like that. And locust apparently are really plagues of grasshoppers. It is and you all can correct me later, and you'll probably be right. But from my research, it's the grasshoppers is actually what locust is. And so anyway, like I said, it's an interesting book. It's a sweet book, and they get down to death of the firstborn, and they've hidden this from the parents all day until evening, and they start going through it, and the parents are believing all this, and the father goes, "You know what? I didn't believe all this, but I think I'll actually I'll consider going to church tomorrow morning." He gets pretty worried, and so that's the story, and you get to hear more about it then as time goes on. but to me, it's a cute little story. It has a lot of different Bible verses mentioned in it, a lot from the book of Psalms. And anyway, I heard someone else coming in, but anyway, this is another book through Burning Bulb Press that I did. It is on Amazon as well as the movie, audiobook, and also a audiobook. And then, of course, I've still got Bob and the Banjo Spider,
Okay.
and that's the rhyming children's picture book, which I've written 2 more editions that I hope to get out. So we'll see how this one goes. And like you said, I'll have to get at the Banjo Museum in Oklahoma City. So
Right, right. And you can and give them the price and the price of each book.
yes,
and
yes,
what, you know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the Banjo Spider on Amazon.com is $16. The Moses Prayer for Easter is $9.99. There's a cheaper edition for uh, the book on the e-reader, and then there's also the audio book, and the movie can also be found online. And it is a full-length feature film, live action, and has the 10 various plagues of Egypt happening in it as well. So, goodness, that's what I have.
Okay, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Um, they Ravine. Mary, are you at a point where you can read?
I can just let me share the book.
Okay.
Okay, so I have the book Papa, Daddy, and Mama on the front porch. It was edited by Mary Hardy. And it's a compilation of stories from my siblings and children and grandchildren. The cover was designed by my granddaughter, Tyra. And I'll just read a little bit from the back cover. It says, follow the 150-year saga of the Smith family, their lives, loves, tribulations, and horror and generational struggles in the South from the bygone era of the Civil War to the present, in this heartwarming, gut-wrenching, and emotional telling of their family story. From W.R. Smith Sr.'s proud admission that he never stopped moving, yet never drove a gas-powered car, to the family's matriarchs, resourceful and wisdom in rearing 9 children. These touching and poignant stories of a Black family in Mississippi, told in essays, poems, and anecdotes, will pull at the heartstring of their insight and honesty. Papa, Daddy, and Mama will take you on a remarkable journey of character that formed 4 generations in the timeless ideas of integrity, love, and family. In a review of the book, Papa, Daddy, and Mama presents the remarkable story of 4 generations of a family formed by the ideas and integrity of Walter R. Smith Sr. These heartwarming anecdotes will impress and inspire you as you watch Walter R. Smith Sr., daughter-in-law Irene Smith, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, all destined to become fruitful assets to this America. So that was written by Jean Mason. So Pop and Daddy and Mama, it's on Amazon.com for $25. And that's, you can cash out. And I have it at the book gallery. You can cash out Mary M. Hardy 47, or you can go to Amazon.com and purchase the book. Thank you.
Okay.
And I have really enjoyed myself today, Miss Ravon. So happy to see you. Mr. Harmon, it's been great. So I'm going to probably have to tune off in another 15 or 20 minutes, but it's been great.
Okay,
Good
then.
luck with those of you in the spelling bee and the poetry contest.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mary. Y'all enjoy the activities.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Okay, so baby,
Yeah.
uh,
Hey, I just sent you a message back. Sorry, I had to step away for a few minutes.
okay, so our poetry contest judge would not be able to serve today, and I can't do it because of my position in the
Right.
with the poets. I mentor some of them, and
Okay.
I just was trying to see if you could do
Yeah.
it, and
Okay. Yeah, I saw the
let
card.
me see if I could. I'm trying to send the okay. Do you see it now? I sent it to you.
Yeah.
I tried to make it a little easier to read the card.
Yeah.
Was you able to
Yes.
see it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then so you just write down each person's name and then tally up the score.
Okay. For each category.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and it stars at the spelling bee is first, and then the portrait contest is next, and then the winners, it's first, second, and third, and then we announce the prizes after each competition. But the spelling bee is first.
Okay.
Okay.
And so, okay, so is there other person going to show or not? I'm just back up or you?
Okay, you see, let me, okay, so you met, Jessica. Wait a minute, let me, I'm gonna, let me attest to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna attest the, I'm getting her the information because I had to replace the portrait contest judge, and give me a minute to do that.
Okay.
Mr. Robert, could you read one of your a little from one of your books while I get this information to her so she could be the judge?
I'd be glad to.
Okay, thank you.
In my book, I've got a Moses plea for Easter. I've got the two girls doing a skit for their mother. And so says, relax, mother, we're going to do this skit for you. They have a large sign set up on an easel that reads in larger letters, plagues from the movie The Ten Commandments. Mom sits up and gives her full attention to the program. She sips her tea and carefully places the delicate teacup down on the table. Anna appears to be love playing Moses as she acts out the miracles God performed. In turning the river to blood, Anna reaches into her paper bag on the floor and lifts 3 red tissue paper streamers and lays them on the floor. See the power of God, the water is turned to blood. Katie reacts in surprise and crosses her arms in ignoring Moses' plea to release the Israelites. You'll have to do more than that, Moses. Fine, hear this. A second plague will happen. It will be a plague of frogs. Anna reaches into the bag and takes out 2 rubber frogs and tosses them at Katie's feet. Katie jumps. Hey, watch out. I mean, Moses, this does not change my mind. I will not let your people go. Mom smiles, watching them perform, and holds back a giggle from time to time. Then, with God's help, you will suffer the third plague. Reaching in her sack, Anna pulls out a small plastic cup with a lid. Taking off the lid, she throws the contents at Katie. It is rice. Behold, a plague of lice. Now will you let my people go? Mom points to the rice and other items on the floor. Certain actresses better be able to clean up later or they won't be joining their parents for the family movie this evening. Katie looks at her mom and out of the Pharaoh character says, Mom, we'll clean it up. Anna adds, Mom, please. Mom relents and says, okay, girls, you can continue. Then you can have the fourth plague. Anna reaches into her sack and comes out with a plastic sandwich bag. The bag holds cut-out paper flies. Taking them out of the bag, she throws them at Katie. This plague is a plague of flies. Now will you let my people go? Katie, acting bored, says, Moses, I grow tired of your plagues. Do you have anything else? Yes, a fifth plague, plague of diseased livestock. Reaching into her sack, Anna comes out with a toy cow, pig, sheep, and goat. And the animals all have adhesive bandages wrapped around them. He sets them on the ground at Katie's feet. Girls, that's so clever. The girls say, shh, Mom, quiet, we're acting. So even though you've shown me a plague of diseased animals, I will not let your people go. Then I will do a sixth plague, one of boils. Anna reaches into her sack and pulls out 2 red bows, the kind for using on wrapping packages. The bows are in bad shape. They've each been crumbled into small balls and taped with invisible tape. She sticks the fake boils on both sides of her sister's face. I do not like these boils, Anna. Still, I will not let your people go. Then you will suffer the 7th plague, and that's a plague of hail, so it's miniature white and pink marshmallows she throws at her sister's feet. Her sister picks them up and eats them and says, even though I've chewed this over, this plague, I decide it's not half bad, but I still won't let your people go. Okay, eighth plague. Reaches into her paper bag, comes up with the empty shells like you see on trees of cicadas. Said, plague 8 is locust. Ooh, I don't like them. Neither do I, neither will I let your people go. Then prepare for plague number 9, plague of darkness. So she goes over and turns off the light switch, and even Mother says, no, you have to turn the lights back on. Okay, but I still won't let your people go. And then plague number 10 reaches into her sack with a baby doll. This plague is the death of the firstborn. Picking up the baby doll, Katie looks at Anna. She strokes the baby's head. All of Egypt hurts from this plague, Moses. I hurt. You are free. You and your people can go. Mom cheers. The girls take a bow. So that's part of a Moses prayer for Easter when the girls act out before they see the movie, because they've seen this movie every year with their mother and father, the father thinking that's all the church he ever needs. The girls wanted to go to church Easter Sunday morning, and the mother just staying back and watching all of this, hoping and praying.
And where can we see the movie?
The movie? I know if in Google, if you look it up, I know that you can also rent the movie online. If you do a Google or a search engine, I know you can find it that way. You can buy the copy. I have to do things like that.
So well, how much does it cost to rent? You're just full of more surprises.
Yeah, well,
I thought you had one book, you have 3, and then you have a book that's been converted into a movie, and it's on what, DVD?
Yeah, it's on a DVD. It's a DVD, but I believe if you get on Amazon.com, I think you can also rent it there. It's done from a company out of West Virginia called JC Films. And in it, Dean Cain, who used to be Superman years ago, when we were enjoying our 80s music. I know we talked about that earlier, but he's in it, and it's a cute little movie. And I believe all of it is available on Amazon, Meredith.
Wow.
So
that's just fantastic. Wow.
So it has a good message. It's a good, clean family movie. Like I said, the book has a lot of different things in it that I think will entertain and enlighten, and it just has a wonderful story to it.
Okay. Okay. So I have a few more of my books that I'm gonna introduce. Um, First, can you all see this?
Yes.
This is my
Yes.
mother's children book. My brother J Boy. It's 100 pages,
Wow.
and it's about her growing up on the farm. They grew up on an 84-acre farm in the center of Mississippi, which is Tyler County. And I'm going to read some of it. Can you see the first page?
Yes.
Okay. So Nell is my mother, and her nickname was Nell. Her middle name was Janelle. I'm sorry, one of the judges was sending me something in the chat. Okay, and so name is J Boy, and they are the two main characters. But this is a true story. And see, I'm reading this, and my mother wrote it. Hazel Janelle Meredith. My name is Hazel Janelle. Everyone calls me Nell. It was nice having a big brother. History records James H. Meredith growing up and opening the doors for Mississippi Negroes to obtain advanced and specialized degrees. My brother J.H. is called J. Boy. He is 6 years older than I, so I had 11 years with him before he left home. During those years, I learned a lot from him. And her she had two illustrators, Chuck and Bobby. Actually, her first illustrator was an inmate in a maximum security prison in Alabama. And my uncle went to speak to them one year, and that's how we met them. And the warden allowed him to illustrate the books for my mother. Some very talented people in there. And some of them make leather Bible cases. They make them, and I have two of them. And this is the next thing. And that's an image of my grandfather. My grandfather was born in 1891. And he had two wives and two sets of children, and my mother and my uncle, and it was five that was in the second set. So I was two when my grandfather passed. And he was 93 or 94. He had to be 74 or 70, 73 or 74. He lives that 74 years. Our father's name was Moses Arthur Meredith, which, it seems there was a lot of black males were named Moses. A friend of mine, her grandfather was named Mose, and he was born in, I think 1867. And everyone that knew him called him Cap, short for captain. He was a man of few words, but he had a powerful effect on both children and adults. Oh, by the way, this book you can buy anywhere you buy books. It's $8 the soft cover, and the hardback edition is $20. So back to the story. My grandfather, Cap Moses Arthur Meredith, his nickname was Cap, short for Captain. He was a man of few words, and this is my mother's book I'm reading, but he had a powerful effect on both children and adults. His demeanor was serious, with a look, facial expression to match. Daddy's father was Ned Meredith. That's my great grandfather. And his mother was Frances Brown Meredith. Grandma Frances was born in 1865. That's at the end of the Civil War. To a former slave named Millie Brown, was owned by J.A.P. Campbell. Grandma Frances' father was a Caucasian lawyer who became a Mississippi Supreme Court judge. He spent a lot of time with Grandma Frances when she was growing up on his farm in Tyler County, Mississippi. She obtained a formal education and was a school teacher in 1887 when she married Grandpa Ned Meredith. Ned was a Choctaw of African ancestry. While still a young lad, Daddy was sent by his mother to Holmes County, Mississippi, to live with Mr. Rudolph Hamilton, a Negro landowner, to learn farming. Cap was a fast learner and quickly perfected farming techniques. When Cap was a young man, he fell in love with the beautiful Miss Barbara Nash. And when my aunt passed at age 95 in 2023 in St. Petersburg, Florida, I got a picture of her mother, my grandfather's first wife, from her house, and I put it in my den. Because I heard so many stories about it. She used to tell ghost stories too. And Miss Barbara was the daughter of Eddie and Eugenia Nash. He married his childhood sweetheart in 1911. In 1911. Okay. He was 20 and she was 18 or 16 on their wedding day. They lived in the Mount Vernon New Garden community on Highway 19 East in Kosciuszko. Okay, and excuse me, at the end of this book, there's a and a homework assignment. You see it?
Yeah.
So, sometimes my mother's older. Sometimes I sell her books when I sell mine. And I never forget, I was in Barnes and Noble selling, my books and this one. And a little girl, mother bought this book for her. She was about, I guess, maybe the third grade. And I showed her the certificate at the end of the book and the homework. And she looked at her mother and she said, I am home. It was so funny. Because I guess she wanted to read a book for fun. She wanted no homework. But I'll never forget it. It was so funny. And this is my book, which actually is a primer. Some teachers use this for third graders to catch them up for things that they missed in kindergarten or the first grade. I really developed this book to raise money for a community library Mississippi. And for several years, all of the sales was donated, all of the proceeds were donated to the community library of Mississippi, as well as the picture dictionary. About maybe 4 years, I donated all the proceeds to the community library of Mississippi, which runs this virtual festival once a year. And we also do we have a book club, Learning Tree Book Club, and any of you can join. We read together once a month for 1 hour and a half, and you're welcome to get a ticket or just let me know that you want to join, and you can read with us once a month, the first Saturday of the month. And I was going to tell you this particular book is 208 pages, and it's $10.98. But if you have a child that's kindergarten, first, second, or third grade, this is just a great tool to use in the classroom, a daycare, or even at home for early learners. I was going to tell you the name. So this book includes 6 volumes under one cover. The first volume is my 1 to 5 activity book. The second one is my A to G activity book. The third volume is my H to P activity book. The fourth volume is my 10 to 100 activity book. The fifth volume is my 2 to 24 activity book. And the sixth volume is my Q to Z activity book. And again, you can buy this anywhere you buy books, online, or you can Cash App me, or you could go to our website, which is my name, Meredith, MEREDITHETC.com. I'm putting my Cash App in the chat. So I was going to show you a little bit of what each volume includes. In volume 1, the child learns finger counting. The first 5 words, numbers in English and in Spanish. That's the English version. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My little great nephew was counting in the car. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I kept saying 5, 6, 7, 8. And then he'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. And I said 5, 6, 7, 8. And y'all already know the game didn't, it went so long, I was glad it ended. Now this is color and learn. And these are Spanish words 1 to 5. And I hope I don't mess this up. Everybody knows uno, dos, tres, centro, cinco. I want to let's see get about then it's also practice writing. Practice makes perfect, right? So there would there's practice writing in it, and also coloring, like simple math. 5 equals 4 fingers plus 1. And that this volume is really like one of the easy ones, but it gets harder as you go. Like you write down the child writes their first name, middle name, last name, address, basic things that you learned in elementary school. Then you say whether you live on write down whether you live on the street, drive, road, a little geography, you learn the city or town you live in. Write down your parents' name. I'm trying to see if this was the one had the family tree. Okay. Everybody that's over 40 that went to Mississippi Public School learned how to spell Mississippi with the cricket letter song. The cricket letter was an S. M-I, cricket letter, I, cricket letter, I, humpback, I. So there's MISSISSIPPI. And that was just a cute way that our teachers for years and years and years taught us how to spell a big word, Mississippi. M-I, cricket letter, I, cricket letter, I, humpback, I. And I can remember my 3rd grade teacher, I went to Pondex Elementary School, teaching us how to spell vegetable, because it was so hard for us to spell a word with 9 letters in it. So she told us it's easy. You spell V-E, get, G-E-T, and then the word able, get able. And that's how I learned how to spell vegetable when I was in the 3rd grade at Pondex Elementary School. And then at the end of the volume in this book is a certificate. My A to G is a little different from the first volume because that was just numbers and simple because so it starts off just singing A through G, and then it goes into simple words with A to G, like A for apple, then coloring it, and even coloring A for apple. In other words, that they'll be introduced to in coloring is cake, dad, eagle, 5 glass, eggs, Fred, frog. Hello?
Had to step around the corner, sorry.
That's okay.
Did you need me as a judge, Meredith?
Yes. Did you get the you and Ravine would do the portrait contest, and you would do the scorecard. You would score each contestant on a sheet of paper, and then you all would confer with one another in the chat, and then tell us first, second, third place based on your
Okay.
score.
Okay.
And do you have any questions about that? You just take a sheet of paper and write a score for each one.
Okay. I'll do it.
Eye contact is one. Let's see. Originality, appearance, attire, mannerism, eye contact, sound quality, expression and appeal, and showmanship.
Goodness.
That's a total of 100 points for each contestant. Okay, and also, they're introduced a lot of kids to a family tree in this book. So they write their mother's name, the father's name, and the mother's father's name, and their father's name on the tree and also in the spaces. It really takes a lot to go through these books, because I'm telling you, I'm going to the next one now. Like the next volume introduces the word money and the piggy bank, ironing.
Meredith, can I ask you a quick question just on the scorecard? I totaled up 110 points. Is showmanship 20 or 10?
10.
It's 10. Okay.
Okay, you got it.
Okay.
And
so showmanship is 10 and sound quality.
Every category is 10 is 10 points.
Okay. It looks like we have sound quality and expression as 20.
No, that's just 10. They the same thing.
So
the sound quality and expression go together.
Oh, okay.
I think so. It's supposed to be 10. It was hard for me to I copied and pasted it from the website, and
okay. I just want to make sure I had the totals right. Yeah, you know, each category right. Okay.
Was you able to look at yours, Barbara?
No, I didn't see it somehow.
Oh, I sent it to you in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
Go and get it, and then and tell me if you have any questions about it. Because in about 6 minutes, the spelling bee is going to start, and then the portrait contest is next. And so this and so you can see that one of the volumes it's counting to 50, and another one goes to 100. And then you skip counting and also count by twos. And learning a dozen. And the last volume, words get a little longer, like Quaker, Sand, Unicorn, Unita, Woman, Victory. Vote. One person will vote. Okay. Well,
And Meredith, hate to be picky. I just looked at the card and it does total up to 110. Because two
Okay, so-
categories out 20 is showmanship and sound quality.
let me go. Let me go on. I'm going to the site.
Okay,
Hold
that's
on.
why, yeah.
And you can click on the site. Oh my
Yeah, that's what I
goodness.
was clicking on your
You're
link
right.
that you
You're
had.
right. Okay, showmanship, sound quality, expression, poise, eye contact, mannerism,
Yeah,
appeal, and attire go together, originality.
right. So the
Okay.
first two are 20, all the others are 10. So
Okay.
did you want us to adjust one, like down to 10, maybe? I
Yeah,
don't know.
let's adjust.
You want to make sound quality 10 or showmanship 10? Which one?
Make sound quality 10.
Okay.
Then, Mr. Bob, do you see the same thing? She's gonna make sound quality 10.
Okay, but I haven't seen the list yet.
Oh, do you know how to get something from your chat?
Well, I'm on the chat and I can't see nothing.
Okay, hold on one second.
Just, you can send him the link maybe, and then he can click the link and then he can scroll down to see. That might be easier than dropping it in the chat.
Okay, hold on. One second.
Yeah, let me see if I can do it. You sent me the link, but it's just to me.
1 second. I'm gonna try to see if I could
Let me have it. I can do it for you. Let me see.
Well, tell you what, you got showmanship, mannerism, sound quality.
Right, here it is. Okay, Robert Holmes. Okay. See if that link works for you.
Oh,
I just dropped it in.
Robert, see if you see it now.
Yes. I don't know. It's like magic, but yes.
Okay, you see it now. So
Yeah, sure
I
do.
want you to make sound quality 10 points.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the only one with 20 points would be
Showmanship.
showmanship.
Yeah.
And then so you would write down there are, give me 1 second, Miranda. There are okay, I know Jessica is here.
Yeah.
She's in the 5th grade.
Yeah. Then
Geneva's here. Ayana is coming. Jocelyn and Michelle are here.
okay.
So you would just need a sheet for your scorecards for each one. And then each one of you will compare your scores to get a average between your scores, and then tell us, you have to tally it all up and then tell us who is first, second, and third place.
Okay. So should, like, I would have a first, second, and third, and then Bob would have a first, second, and third, or we need to send that to you separate and then you.
You and Bob will confer with one another.
Okay.
If his score was 90 and yours was 95, you would average it out and give that person a score that's between your judging.
Okay. Okay.
And then that's how you would come up with first, second, and third.
Okay. So yeah, all
And
right.
we
So
have
maybe
some that's for the youth. We have some adults, but I don't know if they're gonna come on.
okay.
But if they do, they will still be graded by the same criteria.
Okay. Yeah, I have Carson and Melvin, I think.
Yeah, they're not on here yet.
Okay.
I know Ayana is at a recital, and she's coming on around, she's supposed to be coming on before 3.
Okay. Well, maybe if you can add your totals up, Bob, if you want to just send them to me, just separate. If you can do it in the chat, I'll add mine and average and send
Okay,
our scores.
okay,
And thank you so much.
sure.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Okay, so Miranda, well, we're gonna give people just a few minutes to come on. I'm just gonna briefly check. This is another one of my children's books, Baby Bubble and Kay. It is in color for a cheaper price, $5.24. And it's in, I'm sorry, this is black and white, for $5.24. And I have it in full color, like all of your books in full color. And children really like full color. And the full color version is $12. Now, the main character in this book is Bubble, a dog. And his best friend is Kay. And then I have Juneteenth Freedom Day, which really sells well in June, our new holiday that President Joe Biden signed into law in 2021. And like for Easter, I even have the Emancipation Proclamation in it. And some families are reading this book at their family reunion. And a quote from Frederick Douglass, whose books are still selling by the thousands all over the world. And he wrote them 170 years ago. And imagine that, a man who was born in a country where it was illegal for him to learn how to read. Not only did he become literate, he started a newspaper. They wouldn't even let people read in the South. And let's see, and these are the states, and it started in Galveston, Texas. And these are my Nashida. I have 3 Nashida books, and Nashida teaches civics and history. And this is the first volume. The hardback edition is $12, and each softback edition is $6. And this is Nashida visits Smith Robinson Museum, which one of our relatives was honored with an exhibit in this museum yesterday. And she was is Alice Clark, and she was the first Black state lawmaker in the state of Mississippi in 1985. She served 38 years. And we both descend from Caroline Patterson, who was born into slavery in 1819 in South Carolina. And she was owned then by William Patterson. And my great-great-grandfather was her oldest son, Columbus. And then she came owned by a man named Duncan Patterson in Alabama. Then she came to Center, Mississippi, Tyler County. And they broke the ground. He founded the land, and they broke the ground. And I was just thinking yesterday how I bet you she could never have imagined that her seed would accomplish some of the things that her bloodline have accomplished in the century, the 2 centuries after she died. And then this is Nashida visits the Mississippi Old Capitol Museum, which was Mississippi's first state house. And then this is Nashida visits the Mississippi State Capitol. And she learns how a bill becomes the law, and some information about some of the governors and their influence in state government as well. And Miranda, it's all yours for the spelling bee.
All right, are we ready to start?
Are all the
looks like-
spellers ready?
Yes.
It looks like we have Jocelyn, Jessica, Michelle, and Geneva present. Is Demarion here?
Let me ask Michelle.
I'm here.
Hey, Michelle.
Hi.
Can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your age, grade, and where you live.
My name is Michelle Hushner. I'm 14 years old. I live in Belize City. I'm not sure which grade I am. But 10th grade.
And Michelle, you're gonna do the spelling bee this year and the poetry contest?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, very good. I'm so happy. And when you started in our contest, you started in 2020, right?
I
With
think
us. This is the 5th year. I thought you did. You got to start back coming to the book club.
yeah.
But we're so happy that you come to the festival to compete in the a festival. So is that so you have 4 people, Miranda?
Yes, 4. So Michelle, I had you down for 10th grade. Is that about correct?
Yeah.
Jessica, you are 5th grade. Geneva, 6th grade. Jocelyn, 7th grade. Is all of that correct? You can nod your head. I can see you. Okay. Well, I'm going to read the spelling bee rules first and let me know if you have any questions. The pronouncer will say the word. Spellers are allowed to repeat the word. Spellers are allowed to ask for a sentence and/or a definition. Spellers will be allowed 3 seconds to start spelling the word. If they cannot start the word in 3 seconds, they will be finished with that round. Spellers will receive 1 chance to correctly spell each word. If the speller starts over, each letter already given must be stated again in the order given the first time. Spellers will participate in groups. Since we only have 4 of you, you all will be in the same group. The order will go would be 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 10th grade. Is everybody ready to begin? Any questions? Do you understand the rules? We'll go in rounds. We're going to start round 1. Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
First word is Tennessee.
Can you tell me that in a sentence?
Yes. I'm using AI for, if you ask me for a definition or a sentence, allow me about 5 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
The word is Tennessee, and the sentence is, Tennessee is a landlocked state in the southeastern region of the United States.
Thank you. So, Tennessee. T-E-N-N. Can I restart that?
Yes.
T-E-N-N-E-S-S-E.
That is incorrect. The correct spelling is Tennessee. Next speller, Geneva. The word is spectacular.
Spectacular. Spectacular. Spectacular.
That is correct. Next speller, Jocelyn. Your first word is candidate.
Candidate. C-A-N-D-I-D-A-T-E. Candidate.
That is correct. Michelle, your first word is fascinate.
Fascinate. F-A-S-C-I-N-A-T-E. Fascinate.
That is correct. Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Your word is January.
Yes, ma'am. J-A-N-U-A-R-Y.
Correct. I'm sorry, and we started on round 2 with Jessica. Geneva? Round 2, your word is locomotive.
Locomotive. Locomotive. Locomotive.
Correct. Jocelyn, your word is anniversary.
Anniversary. A-N-N-I-V-E-R-S-A-R-Y. Anniversary.
Correct. Michelle, ending round 2, your word is amateur.
Can you repeat?
Amateur.
Is that amateur?
Yes.
Amateur. A-M-A-T-E-U-R.
Correct. Round 3. Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Your word is publicity.
P-U-B-L-I-C-I-T-Y.
Correct. Geneva? Your word is meteorology.
Meteorology. Meteorology. Meteorology.
Correct. Jocelyn? Your word for round 3 is competition.
Competition. C-O-M-P-E-T-I-T-I-O-N. Competition.
Did you say CLM?
No.
Can you repeat?
Yes. Competition. C-O-M-P-E-T-I-T-I-O-N. Competition.
That's correct. It must have been my Wi-Fi. Okay, Michelle, round 3. Wrapping up round 3. Your word is government.
Government. Goverment. Government.
Can you repeat?
Goverment.
Correct. Okay, we'll start round 4. We may have to take a break after that because it looks like you all are going to go several rounds. So I'm going to have to review the rules on rounds. Jessica, starting round 4. Your word is application.
Application. APPLICATION.
Correct. Geneva, round 4. Your word is physicist.
Physicist. PHYSICIST. Physicist.
Correct. Jocelyn, round 4. Your word is environment.
Environment. ENVIRONMENT. Environment.
Correct. Michelle, round 4. Your word is conscience.
Conscious.
Conscience.
Conscience. Conscience. CONSCIENCE.
Correct. Okay, that ends round 4. We're going to take maybe a minute break. Okay, that was the end of round 4. We're going to head into round 5. Meredith, I do not have any rules on how many rounds to go, but we're going to keep going to more complex words, and we'll see if somebody misspells.
Yeah, and that's the way it is. It just keeps going until people get out, and the winner is the last person standing. And that's
Okay, well, I
how it
have
is.
hundreds of words here.
Yeah, so as they get hard, I guess, that's the way it is in all the spelling bees. It's the last person standing is the winner.
Right. Well, we'll
But
keep going. I have a tally here for 7 rounds. So after 7 rounds, we'll take another break and I'll get my sheet together for more if we need to go.
Okay, so how many rounds? This your 5th round?
We've ended 4 rounds. We've only had one misspelled word.
And so you're in the 5th round now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they really spelling the words.
Yes, everybody's Jessica and Jocelyn. I think Geneva too. I've seen before. Maybe possibly Michelle too. A few years ago.
Remember Michelle was here 3 years ago.
Right. Everybody's getting older and more pronounced and better spellers.
Yes.
So are we ready for round 5? Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, your word is Louisiana.
Louisiana. Louisiana.
Correct.
Smart.
Okay, Geneva. Round 5. I've got to keep all of y'all in different grades, so I have to keep my list separate. Geneva, your word is similarities.
Similarities. Plural, correct?
Yes, plural.
Okay. Similarities. Similarities. Similarities.
Correct. Jocelyn, round 5. Your word is ancestor.
Ancestor. ANCESTOR. Ancestor.
Correct. Michelle, wrapping up round 5. Your word is associate.
Associate. ASSOCIATE.
Correct. Starting round 6. Jessica,
Yes, ma'am.
your word is necessary.
Necessary. NECESARY.
That is incorrect. The correct spelling is NECESSARY. Round 6, Geneva. Your word is approximate.
Approximate. APPROXIMATE. Approximate.
Correct. Jocelyn, round 6. Your word is psychology.
Psychology. PSYCHOLOGY.
That's incorrect. The correct spelling is PSYCHOLOGY. Michelle, wrapping up round 6. Give me 1 second. Because you have the 10th grade list, and so I had them in order. You all are surpassing my rounds. So Michelle, to wrap up round 6, your word is noticeable.
Noticeable. Can you use that in a sentence?
Yes. There was a noticeable increase in crowd participation.
Okay. Noticeable. NOTICEABLE.
That is correct. Okay, that wraps up round 6. Okay, we'll go round 7 and then we'll take another break. Round 7.
Who's leading?
Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Your word is obligation.
Can you say, tell me the definition?
Yes. Obligation, an act or course of action to which a person is morally or legally bound.
Obligation. OBLIGATION.
Correct. Geneva, round 7. Your word is meteorite.
Meteorite. Meteorite. Meteorite.
Correct. Jocelyn, round 7. Your word is guarantee.
Guarantee. Is it past tense?
Guarantee.
Okay. Guarantee. GUAANTEE. Guarantee.
That is incorrect. The correct spelling is GUARANTEE. Michelle, wrapping up round 7. Your word is pronunciation.
Pronunciation. PRONUNCIATION. Pronunciation.
That is incorrect. The correct spelling is PRONUNCIATION. Okay, we'll take a minute or so break.
Well, you all are doing good. I'm really proud of how well you're spelling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And how does the doing the spelling bee help you with your vocabulary and reading?
Spelling helps me because it helps me expand my vocabulary. Sometimes in the spelling bee or in the spelling list, there are words I don't know, so it gives me a chance to enrich my vocabulary as well as my literary skills.
Oh, very good. Anybody else?
Well, whenever I'm I'm reading over the spelling list, it helps me like understand like how words are spelled and what type of letters to use in certain words. Like in laughter, you have to use the AUGH instead of AF. So it helps me understand like how those words are.
Oh, very good. Anybody else? What about writing? You all write poetry. Does it help you write more or write
Yes.
better?
Yes, very much. Learning again, as I said before, learning this new vocabulary and enriching my vocabulary and learning how to use the words I learned in lines and sentences, poetry. It's really important for me as inspiring poet and author. So yeah.
Okay, very good.
Well,
Anybody else?
Yeah, I like whenever I get whenever I get a new spelling list each time I join every year, I get new vocabulary words that I haven't seen. And when I look them up to figure out their definition, like especially when there's like homophones, I look them up to make sure that I know the difference. So if there's a homophone, then I could ask them, "Oh, what does this word mean?" And once I know what it means, then it like gives me a chance to use it in poetry.
Oh yeah, okay, very good.
I also like getting those new lists because it helps me find new rhyming words. Like it helps me find more advanced words than little words. So it helps me to be able to rhyme in a more better way.
So Jessica, how many stanzas do you have in your poem that you're reading today?
I'm going to check right now. I have 10 stanzas.
You mean lines? You have 10 lines.
Yes,
A stanza is 2 to 8 lines.
Oh.
But that's good. So yours is just not in stanzas. Like sometimes you have 4 lines in the stanza, or 2, or 6, or 7. You did yours in lines. It's not broken up in a stanza.
Yes, ma'am.
I got you. Very good. What about you, Jocelyn and Geneva?
I typed up my poem, so give me a minute.
Okay.
I typed up my poem and I like saved it on my device so that it's there if I lose the paper. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 12 stanzas.
Me lines?
No, stanzas.
Oh, really? You have 12
Yeah.
stanzas. Oh my goodness, you writing up a storm over there. All right, what about you, Geneva?
I've also typed up mine, and mine has 11 stanzas.
So how many lines is in each stanza?
It varies. Most of them are like around 6 lines, 5, 6
Oh
lines.
my goodness. Yeah, you gonna be a young author. You and Jocelyn, y'all. And now you're in the sixth grade, Geneva.
Yes.
Oh, and Jocelyn's in the seventh because she's in middle school. Mhm. And Jessica's in still in middle school. Okay. Wow.
Okay, are we ready to resume?
Yes. Y'all ready?
Okay. All right, so let me tell you what I've done. We've gone 7 rounds. So I've taken a tally of each round on whether you got your word correct or you did not get your word correct. And so we're going to start with round 8, but I'm going to tell you where we stand right now. Jessica, out of 7 rounds, you've gotten 5 words correct, 2 incorrect. Geneva, 7 rounds, no words incorrect, all words correct. Jocelyn, 7 rounds, you've gotten 5 words correct, 2 incorrect. Michelle, 7 rounds, you've gotten 6 words correct, 1 incorrect. Does that sound right?
Yeah, you keeping some tight scores over there.
Well, I'm having to remember how to kind of score spelling bees. I think because we only have 4 participants. Our round, we're all grouped in one round.
Uh-huh.
So when you get a word incorrect, you lose that round. So I'm keeping a tally each round.
Okay.
So round 8, are we ready to begin? And I think we'll have to set a limit because it's 3:37. I say we go 10 rounds. And the winner is, well, let's see, we've got 7 rounds. Let's try to go maybe 12. Let's go as many more as we need to go to see if you all can even the score.
Okay. So this is round 8.
This is round 8.
Yeah, this is the longest we've ever gone for a spelling bee.
Yes.
We got to get some harder words, I guess, next year.
Yes, I'm gonna have to. Yes, my mother gave me mom sent me these for the different grade levels. So yes, we're gonna probably have to refresh these at some point. Jessica?
Yes,
round 7. No, round 8. This is round 8. Your word is going to be pharmacy.
Pharmacy. PHARMACY.
Correct. Geneva, round 8. Your word is prosperity.
Prosperity. PROSPERITY. Prosperity.
Correct. Jocelyn, round 8. Your word is precipitation.
Precipitation. PRECIPITATION.
Correct. Michelle, wrapping up round 8. Your word is unconstitutional.
Unconstitutional. Can you use that in a sentence?
Yes. You would like a sentence for it?
Yes, ma'am.
The act would be declared unconstitutional in the court system.
Thank you. Unconstitutional. UNC or NSTITIONAL.
Correct. That wraps up round 8. Round 9. Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. Hang on one second. Okay, round 9, Jessica. Your word is certificate.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, certificate.
Okay. Certificate. CIRTIFACATE.
Okay, that is incorrect. Certificate is CERTIFICATE.
Yes, ma'am.
Geneva, round 9. Your word is going to be calligraphy.
Calligraphy. CALLIGRAPHY. Calligraphy.
That is correct. Jocelyn, round 9. Your word is judgment.
Judgment. JUDGEMENT. Judgment.
Give me 1 second. And then I'll tell you why. That is incorrect. Judgment has an E. I always have to Google this myself.
I said E.
No, I mean, it does not have an E. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It does not have an E. If you Google judgment, don't do it right now, but later. But it's one of those words that people use it either way, with the E or without the E. So I probably should not have called that word technically. So I'm not going to count that one against you because that's a word that I struggled with growing up too. Technically, it does not have an E, but most people put an E in it. And I've seen it both ways. And I myself have been known to do it both ways. And then I have to Google it. So that was not a good word, Jocelyn. We're on round 9, right? So I should not have called that word. So we're gonna let that go. In the next round, we'll go to the next round.
All right.
So Michelle, round 9. Your word is immensely.
Can you repeat?
Immensely.
Immensely. I am IMENCLEY.
Incorrect. Immensely is 2 M's. IMMENSELY. That wraps up round 9. We're headed to round 10. Give me 1 second to reorganize my list. All right, let's go with round 10. Jessica, your word is increase.
Increase. INCREASE.
Correct. Geneva, round 10. Your word is nevertheless.
Nevertheless. NEVERTHELESS. Nevertheless.
Correct. Jocelyn, round 10. Your word is boulevard.
Boulevard. BOULEVARD. Boulevard.
Correct. Michelle, round 10. Your word is discipline.
Discipline. DISCLIPINE.
That's incorrect. The correct spelling is DISCIPLINE. That concludes round 10. Okay, that was the last round. And give me a minute to tally the results.
Great job, girls.
Thank
And
Thank you.
I'm gonna need you all to email me your address. But anyway,
Sorry, when you say address, you mean email or home address?
no, I mean like mailing it just because I have to mail you something. Do you see it? Y'all know it anyway, don't you? I put it in the chat.
You
You see it? community.ms@gmail.com. Wait a minute, I don't even think there's a right email. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Let me get the email. I think I left something out. 1 second. Forgive me. I don't think that's correct. 1 second. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I sent it in the chat. Y'all grab the email and send me your address, please. You see, Geneva, you already know it anyway, don't you?
Yeah, I got it. It's in the chat. I copied it.
Okay. Email your mailing address. And Jocelyn, if you email it to me, I'll just have it because y'all both in the same place.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I am back. Are we ready for the results? We went 10 rounds. First place winner is Geneva.
Congratulations.
Words missed, 0.
Wow.
Second place winner is Jocelyn. Words missed, 2. And we have a tie for third place. 10 rounds, words missed, 3. Michelle and Jessica.
Oh, wow.
Great job, everyone.
Okay, congratulations.
Great job.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, so first place is $75. Miranda, your judge and announcer, donated the second place, which is $50. And community library supervisor, $25. And this event was also sponsored by the Mississippi Humanities Council. And then we have a tie for third place. So third place is gonna be T-shirts, and I'm gonna mail them to the Michelle. Can you email me your address?
I could make Elsie do it.
Okay, and also we got one more contest, you guys. So very good job, and let's see how this portrait contest goes. And we're gonna go ahead and get started with the portrait contest. Robert, Mr. Bob, and
Revon.
Regina, you all ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay.
Yes.
you have how many poets here?
It's
I
5, it's 5 on the list.
And
Jessica,
I think Ayana isn't here yet, so see if
Okay.
she comes last. Somebody's coming
Okay.
in now. Hold on.
Okay.
But you can go ahead and get started since we went so late because Mr. Bob has to leave in a few minutes.
Okay. All right, well, we
So he
can,
can give you his scores and
Yeah.
then you can do the rest. Okay.
I'll tally. Yeah, if we can get through the poems.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, who's first?
On the list I have Jessica is first, 5th grade.
Jessica, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and Renee is one too.
Renee, don't. Okay. Add Renee. All right, I'll add Renee to the list. See
Renee, are you ready?
I don't see Renee in here.
Yes, ma'am. I am.
I'm so
Where are you?
sorry.
Okay.
Renee, put your name in the chat for the judges. I'm so sorry. And Ayana just arrived.
Okay.
So you had Renee, did you put your name in the chat? I'm so sorry. I forget to add Renee's name to the list.
Okay. Okay. Miss Renee. All right.
And it's
You
just
see it?
RENN. I'll put her name in there.
I see it. She put RENEE, Renee.
Okay, so you can go ahead and start the list. And Renee isn't a dub, but it doesn't matter. We're still gonna do the scores first, second, third, since it's only 5. Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's not a separation of high
we're just
school,
gonna
elementary, and
we're gonna
from adults.
do the scores.
Oh, it's all together. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah. So this is the order I have. Bob, I just went by the list that you had.
Okay.
Meredith.
Okay,
So
Jessica, you ready?
Jessica first. And
Okay,
then
come up.
Geneva.
Jessica, you
Okay.
can do yours.
The name of my poem is the Sanskrit poem, and it goes like this. The sun so big and bright, nothing compared to a single starlight. On Earth, basketball small, yet in space, it's bigger than a ballroom hall. The sun is there so we have no strife, and it helps us with our daily life. But the sun gives out some harmful rays, some of which can affect our ways. We went to the planetarium not long ago, and we all saw an amazing show. There, we looked up to watch a video about the sun, and honestly, it was pretty fun. There are a lot of facts about the sun, so get comfortable and listen till I'm done. As I said before, the sun has harmful rays. It makes them with gases that might have been in it for days. Sometimes these rays are really big and bad. They can damage the power and make people mad. The sun is helpful in many ways, but it can be harmful because of strong rays.
Very good.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 second. Let's just do scores, please.
Okay, and you could go ahead and let everybody and tally last since Mr. Bob has to leave.
Okay. All right, we can go ahead. The next one I have is Geneva.
All right. I'd like to share my screen, please, as I have made my poetry into a slideshow.
Oh.
Okay.
So Meredith, you have to give
You
her.
need to share your screen?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
See. Okay, let me know when you can see it. Yeah. This is my narrative poem called Ablaze. I shall tell ye all a tale from long, long ago, when empires existed with torches aglow, when knights in armor existed in castle towers up high, during wars of terror when arrows rained in the sky, through invasions, tragic occasions, and victory well deserved. This is a tale of life-threatening valor, acts of valiance narrowly endured. Many, many years before you and I was a nation existing noble and sublime. Once there was a raid in the capital with an unknown outcome and fate. The army was preparing their weapons, but they were a tad bit late. As they came out of their war base, they came across a horrifying sight. A sinister dark fog covered the land as if it were a pitch black night. The warriors looked around, aghast and horrified, but right before their eyes, a ring of fire appeared around them, raging as if it were alive. They saw as residence after residence fell into a blaze, until one brave one named Asha took off her helmet and revealed her scarred face. Starry black eyes staring to the night, fresh blood of her enemies smeared on her cheek from the fight. Her fairy fellow warriors gasped in immediate surprise. Thou art a female? Her companions exclaimed simultaneously as she jumped, illuminated by the fire's light. Yes, what is the reason for thy shock? She said, looking back skeptically. Then she leaped upon a roof as a landing platform carefully. She drew her gleaming sword of iron with pride, a beam of hope and truth from the inside. She slashed the low-life enemies with no fear, no fright, the battlefield providing her a stage to take flight. She leaped down gracefully back to the ground, fetched some water buckets, and passed them around. You all splash the water everywhere to extinguish the fires, she exclaimed confidently. The warriors nodded, hauling the water buckets and extinguishing the fires boldly. The ring of raging fire quickly faded. All of the knights ran from the fire's confinement so complicated. The raiders soon frantically retreated. They fled for dear life, knowing well that they were completely defeated. And atop the castle tower, there she stood with a gleeful, relieved smile. She raised her sword to represent their victory, and the nation surged with jubilation for miles. Her midnight blue hair danced in the autumn winds as the fog cleared. She jumped off and met with her team, no longer with fear. And to that very day, she became the nation's revered hero. As a chilly dusk fell over and replaced the cerulean skies, the nation's people fell into a tranquil slumber, joyous they had survived. The army was especially exhausted from all their arduous effort, but with no regret, as they had saved their country from brutal invaders. All of them falling asleep with shared smiles of bliss, rewarded with another day to live due to their excellent wits. They all shared a hope for this to never happen again. Yet it was merely the beginning of a war that never ends. Thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
I love the
Good.
slide. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Give me 1 second. And Ayana is next.
Ayana.
Hello.
Hello, Ayana.
The
You
title
turn your audio on if you can. Can you?
can you hear me?
Yeah, can you turn your audio on?
My audio?
I mean, a video.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
The title of my poem is If You Could Think Like Me. If you could think like me, you would always have questions. Questions every time something was said. If you could think like me, figurative references would have very little meaning without elaborate explanations. If you could think like me, you would be hesitant to ask for clarification, fearing that your questions would further isolate you because you were often misunderstood. If you could think like me, an easy test would more than likely make you overthink, leaving you with feelings of anxiety and uneasiness. If you could think like me, there would be times when trying to put all of your thoughts and ideas together would seem like a burden that frequently repeats itself. If you could think like me, the world as you know it would always be an overwhelming, endless void of possibilities and questions with no answers. If you could think like me, gifted would be how you were categorized, but curious is how you wish to be perceived. If you could think like me, you would realize that you still have so much to learn and that possibilities are endless. If only for just a few minutes, you could think like me. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. All right. And I think next we have Jocelyn.
I typed up my poem and it's fine if my camera's off because you might not be able to see me.
Okay.
We'd rather see you because they need to see you recite it.
Okay,
Okay.
then here, can you see me?
Yes, yes.
All right, then this won't be a problem.
Okay.
My poem is called A Winter Wasteland. It's based on global warming awareness.
Okay.
A cool breeze, some leafless trees, a sway in the air, your eyes touched hair. When the winter breeze forms, when the icicles above are adorned, the land once grass-filled with snow immersed, and so it said, shine like jewels of the universe. Snow-tipped mountains, frozen fountains, it's begun again, the winter. On a stuffed top, a meal may simmer. In a kettle, a drink may warm. A fire, a heat-licked arm. Outside, snow-kissed leaves fall. There outside, leafless trees, small and tall. Day 1 an inch, day 2 a little more than a pinch. Day by day it falls more and more, we give less credit than we owe. We wish it goes away, we wish the warm can stay, it may come true, they say. Gas emission to the spheres above, a harm to the world we love. Go away, they say, it's miserable today, a wish with the price to pay. The winter people hate, the winter whose beauty isn't up for debate. Ice caps dying at a fast pace, the snow is falling, but it's not a race. Some people don't know winter is needed, your pick, ignored or not heeded. A winter that may cease to exist, a winter that may continue to persist. This time of year, the weather is a wasteland, a winter wasteland. A beach with no water or sand, the snow that may never again fall. We try to keep the chances small, the chance that this isn't the last winter for all. From this we can learn, we can prevent stuff from their burn. We have to enjoy our soft white sand. We have to enjoy our winter wasteland.
Great. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
And then we have Michelle.
Yeah, my poem is called Island Girl. Goes like this. Red-skinned gal with sandy feet, grew up with love and the sea's strong beat. Granddad's boat, the salty breeze, she learned the sea, the tides, the ease. A grandma's care, a mother's dream, to see her grow beyond the streams. At 14 years, she feels the weight of growing up of life's debate. She misses dad who knew the sea, his fisherman life, her legacy. Island girl with eyes so bright, her heart is tied to the sea's captivating life. Island girl at heart, she knows nothing could change that pride she shows. Wild and free, living life at ease, stubborn, engraved in her ways. With family strength and love so deep, Island girl, her soul will keep. Thank you.
Okay, baby, tell me the name of that, Michelle.
Island Girl.
Called Island Girl.
Oh, Island Girl.
And we want to go into with the adults.
Your last one is Renee Cornett.
Okay, so Carson is not there, and Malvin
wait a
is
minute,
not here.
who now?
You had Carson, Loveless.
Yeah, Marvin, they're not here.
Okay,
so
okay, so Renee's
the last
next.
one.
No, Renee is the last one in. Renee, you're up.
All right, I'm still having camera issues.
Okay.
I have been trying to get my JAWS to open it.
Okay.
That's okay. We'll just have to make an exception and let you go ahead and say your poem because
okay. Yeah, I'm not able to see the screen. I'm blind. Anyhow. All right. So my poem is called Little Angel. Little angel came down one day and took my child away. When I was told I couldn't move, I didn't know what to say. I prayed to God all night and day and asked, why her, dear Lord? Why not me? Then I heard the sweetest voice say, because, my dear, it's her time. She's where she should be. I turned around to face the voice that spoke so softly those words. But when I did, he wasn't there. My faith let me know it was the voice of the Lord's. I gasped. I held my chest. I felt as if my life was ending. I wish I could have known earlier of the little angel God was sending. Thank you.
Oh, thank
Very
you.
good, very good.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay, well,
And-
while the judges are tallying up,
Yeah.
Jocelyn, please tell me the name of your poem.
The name of my poem was A Winter Wasteland.
A winter
Wasteland.
wasteland.
Yes.
Ayana, what's the name of your poem?
The name of my poem is If You Could Think Like Me.
Geneva.
My poem was called Ablaze.
Spell that for me.
Ablaze.
LDELA. Spell that again.
Ablaze.
Oh my goodness. Type in the chat, please. Oh, I got it. Jessica, what's the name of your poem?
My poem is called The Sanskrit Poem.
The who?
The Sanskrit Poem.
The Sanskrit?
Yes, ma'am.
Script as in SCRIPT?
Yes, ma'am.
The Sanskrit poems. While they're tallying up the scores, so tell me what inspired each of you to write your poems?
Well, not long ago, we went on a field trip, and my Miss Hardy took us to the field trip. We went to the planetarium, and in the planetarium, as I said in the poem, we had to look up, and they showed us some stars, the planets, and then at last, for the ending, they showed us a video all about the sun.
Oh, I see. Okay, who else wants to explain their poem? I mean, why you wrote it. Go ahead.
The reason I wrote my poem is because women are often perceived as weaker than men, or like females are perceived often as weaker than men stereotypically. And I wanted to help change that with portraying a female hero in a fantasy setting to combat that.
Oh, sure you would. Okay, who else?
Renee. So I wrote my poem when I was 19 years old. That was 30 years ago. And I had lost a friend to asthma, and I wrote that poem for her mom to help her mom get through the tragedy of losing her daughter.
Oh, wow. It was such a heartfelt poem. Thank you. Jocelyn?
I wrote my poem to help raise global warming awareness because, like, everybody, whenever it comes to wintertime, a lot of people would complain because it's like really cold, and how a lot of people like the snow, but in normal winter times, everybody would hate it because it was freezing and they couldn't get much work done. But I think that the colder it is, it would be better because our ice caps are melting because of global warming, because like there's pollution in the air. So I just thought maybe I should write something about global warming because it would help perceive winter in a different point of view or a
Okay,
different
very
perspective.
okay, very good, very good. Ayana,
I based my poem off of really my everyday life. As a more gifted thinker, it's harder for me to understand things and for other people to understand me. So I wrote this to just kind of put what I was thinking of how I wish people would understand how I think more.
I see. Okay, very good. So, Mr. Bob, have you tallied
Yes,
up everything?
yes, I just sent it on.
Oh,
I
you
sure
did.
did.
Thank you so much for staying late.
Yeah. Give
Glad
me
to
a
be here.
minute.
And I
Thank
had
you.
some
Thank,
ties. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had some ties because
yeah,
I liked them all.
I
So
Oh
know.
my Lord.
Thank you, Bob.
thank you all very much. Bye bye.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
All right. Give me a
Glad
few
to.
minutes. I need to average out our scores.
Okay. While she's tallying up the scores, I'm gonna show you what your t-shirt looks like. Let me go get it. And I'm taking one out the bag. I'm gonna put it back in the bag. It's brand new and send it to you. Okay, so can you see it?
Yes.
You know,
Yes,
there was a tie in the spelling bee between Jessica and Michelle. So what does the front say?
it says Holiday Book Festival, and it says a stage for the intellectual annual virtual family friendly event. And it says Community Library Mississippi and programs, but I can't read the rest of it.
Okay, so I'll read it for you. And we wanted you all to be able to read it and share it with your classmates and bring them into the program. So we have the Community Library of Mississippi has the Learning Tree Book Club, the Book Toasters, the Jackson Book Festival, which is in person at the Jackson Medical Mall in Jackson, usually in the spring. Last year we had it in March. We used to have it in February. Then we have the reading fairs in the summertime. And then we have, of course, the Holiday Book Festival, which usually is the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So what do you all think? Do you think we should go back to the Saturday after Thanksgiving, or do you like the Saturday before Thanksgiving?
I like it before Thanksgiving like this because then you get to have Thanksgiving with no work and
Oh, yes. Okay, well that's a good point because we don't have to work the Saturday after Thanksgiving like we used to. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, well, very good. Yeah, we certainly have been here a long time, but the time really went by fast, didn't it? Yeah, I've been here since the beginning, and I know Vicky, do you have anything to say? Unmute yourself. Vicky, unmute yourself.
All right,
Hey, Vicky,
here I am.
Stephanie
I
said-
have something to say now. So can you hear me now?
yes, ma'am.
Well, even though I have not been participating all afternoon, I have been here listening, and everything has been done. I congratulate all of the winners of the spelling and poetry contests, all those winners, and those who are vendors and haven't sold as many books as they would like to sell. And everything was wonderful. And I am vice president of the Community Library of Mississippi, since I neglected to say that at first. I am vice president. And the book festivals and everything we've been putting together and hosting. And today, since it's the last time, Godspeed.
What'd you say about the last time?
I said this is the last festival that we have for this year. I said since this is the last time, last
Oh yeah,
festival,
yeah. The next
and
one
that's why I
is
said
in March,
Godspeed.
right?
Huh?
The next one is in March. Did you see the T-shirt that they're winning?
I did see it. Yes, I
Uh-huh.
did see it. Now, give me credit. Okay, give me credit. I won't do this time. Give me credit. I won't do this time. But
okay.
I'll wait till next month or so that I can put that back up, but not this time. But yeah, but seriously, all joking aside, it has been good. It has been good.
Yes, it has. It was wonderful.
Let me make hey, Mary, just some quick questions. Octavia is Octavia Iyana?
Well, yeah, that is Iyana. Yes, that's Iyana.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I wrote Iyana and he wrote Octavia, and I'm like, okay, let me make sure we're talking about the same person. Yeah, got it. Okay, give me just a couple more minutes.
Oh, Octavia's her mother's name. Well, I tell you what, you all are getting so big. Did you not realize that they went 10 rounds? They were spelling the words so accurately. We've never gone this long before. We're gonna have to get some harder spelling words next year.
Yeah, I did hear. They were all good.
So think we okay, I think we finally got it. I apologize for my slow math.
Oh no, okay, so let's do the drum roll.
Okay, and okay, we'll start in third place. We have, let me see, it is Jocelyn with her global warming poem. So
okay, Jocelyn.
Jocelyn is third. Yay, thank you. Beautiful poem. I like the messaging. I love the messaging in that. It's always, that's the thing about poetry. I wanted everyone, first of all, be proud of yourself because poetry is very personal. And, you know, and it just depends on what you feel like and what message you're trying to send. And you can see you guys all had a different message. Some of you had a personal message. Some had what you call an activist type of message, and others were just an entertainment type of message. So poetry is like that. It's flexible. And you can do whatever you want to do depending on how you feel, but you be proud. All of you did a great job. And that's why Bob was saying it was hard. So, but anyway, I just wanted to say that. In second place, we have Michelle, Island Girl.
Okay.
Yay. And And drum roll, in first place, we actually have a tie for first
A
place.
tie?
We do. We have a tie. Don't know how you want to do it, but we have in first place, same score, Jessica with her Sunset script poem, and Octavia. Oh, which is not Octavia, Ayana.
Wait. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You mean Ayana?
Yeah, I said Octavia. I mean Ayana. Yeah.
Octavia's her brother.
Okay, because I know he wrote, because I'm looking at Bob's score here. It's Iana. Iana's one, If You Could Think Like Me, and then Jessica's Sunscript poem. Those two had a tie score, first place. So
Oh my Lord.
the tie.
Give me a second, because I got to rearrange something.
Okay. Okay.
Wait one second.
Okay. And I want you to know the others were very close. It was like within like points, a couple of points here and there, just kind of depending on the category.
Okay. So since we had two first place winners, it's $50 for Ayanu and Jessica. A second place, Michelle, is $25. And we're gonna do a personalized t-shirt to Jocelyn and have it melt her with her name on it. Congratulations.
Yes.
It was wonderful. Thank you so much for participating. I just can't believe we went over, but anyway, it was, I'm so happy that you all are spelling so well. You're writing so wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It was a beautiful job, and we all want to know Geneva did a beautiful job with the slides. That was was really nice. Like I said, not the energy, we agreed on that. It was just I think it's because the eye contact was the category, and so she with her using the slides, so that so unfortunately that was the category. We had the category, but she did a beautiful job though on the slides, and the way she interpreted her reading, the narrative reading was really great.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going back over the first place spelling contest was Geneva. Second was Jocelyn, and then there was a tie there, Michelle and Jessica. And in the poetry contest, there was a tie in first place, Ayana and Jessica. The second place, Michelle. Third place, Jocelyn. Did you all send me your address? Did you email me your address, Jessica or Jocelyn?
I don't know how to send
Did
it.
Jocelyn email me your address?
Yes, my sister can.
Uh-huh. Did she send it to me? Michelle, can you mail me your address? Email me your address.
I'll make Elsa do it.
Okay, you will. Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing you next year as well. And I'm so happy that you got into both of them. I'm so proud of all of you. Do you have anything that you want to say before we end? Any of you?
It was nice being here.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
I look
Anybody
forward to this next year.
Huh?
I look forward to this next year as well.
Did you send me your email? I mean, did you email us your mailing address?
I did not do that yet, but I will do that in a bit. So you
Oh,
need
you
our home
will?
address, right?
Yeah, I'll tell your mother to email me if you have a PayPal account. If not, we'll mail you a check.
All right.
Okay, then make sure you send me the email. As soon as you log on. Anybody else have anything they want to say? Even the people who
I just want to
visit
say
you.
again, I just want to tell them, re-emphasize again, everybody did a beautiful job with the poetry. It was really great. You could tell the personalities was different. The poetry was different. It was a wonderful job. So please feel, be proud of everything that you've done, because it's you. Poetry is personal. It's you. So you keep doing it. So hopefully we'll see everybody back next year, right?
Yes, right. Anybody else?
Well, I would like to do this next year as well, but also it was really like while I was doing the spelling and saying my poem, it was really scary because I was wondering how I'm supposed to say it or if I was doing it right or not, and also it was really exciting.
Oh wow! And you said you don't want to do it the Saturday after Thanksgiving anymore. So I'm so glad you told me that, because then we won't have to work after Thanksgiving. We can just keep eating pie. Very good. Anybody else?
I want to say thank you for just opening this opportunity up to me, and I can't wait to do it all over again next year.
Oh, wonderful. And thank you. Have you been reading your book? Homecoming. The Homegoing. Oh, she didn't hear me. Okay, then. Well, job well done. And you all have a wonderful rest of the day, and a very happy and joyous holiday vacation.
You too.
You too.
Okay, then. See y'all later here.
Happy
Bye.
holidays.
All right, give me those addresses.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. See you next year.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor